This edition reflects our shared commitment to regional security and cooperation. We continue the dialogue launched in Bucharest in 2023 and carried forward in Sofia in 2024, and today we take it a step further. At a time when security challenges in the Black Sea region are increasingly complex and immediate, today's discussions will focus on evolving security dynamics, freedom of navigation, protection of critical infrastructure, and strengthening regional cooperation and resilience. Our aim is not only to exchange views, but to contribute practically with solutions. Let me also thank all the partners and colleagues that made this event possible. And now I would like to invite the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Moldova, with opening remarks.
Dear friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you here in Chișinău and express gratitude to you all for accepting the invitation to participate in this all-important event for the security, defense, and foreign policy of the entire Black Sea region. We are glad to host the third edition of this conference that elevates the Black Sea region on the geopolitical map, developing discussions about the future configuration of the Black Sea and the entire regional security architecture. At the same time, this event demonstrates once again that we stand in solidarity with Ukraine and commend its extraordinary resilience in the face of the brutal Russian aggression. Today, Ukraine is fighting for the idea of a free nation and sovereignty to decide its own future. Every day that Ukraine holds the front line, it keeps Russia away from our borders and from the rest of Europe, and it deserves all the support. Moldova shares 1,200 kilometers border with Ukraine. During the last 4 years of relentless war, Russian missiles and drones kept violating our airspace, landing in people's yards, on rooftops, putting people's lives in danger. Since February 2022, the Republic of Moldova has stood firmly by Ukraine. Over 1 million Ukrainians crossing the Moldovan border and around 100,000 chose to stay. Moldovan citizens and the government alike have helped without hesitation because we understand that Ukraine's survival is inseparable from our own. Taking this opportunity, I wish to reaffirm Moldova's unwavering determination to continue providing all support for as long as it takes. For this purpose, Moldova remains steadfast supporter for the completion of the next steps that will lead to the operationalization of the Special Tribunal for the Crimes of Aggression against Ukraine and the establishment of the Claims Commission. These form an essential part of my country's priorities while exercising the presidency of the Council of Europe Committee of Ministers. Distinguished guests, for more than 3 decades, the Black Sea region has been marked by significant security risks and challenges, including protracted conflicts. Today, the security of the Black Sea region remains a matter of strategic importance for our countries and for the broader European and international community. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has demonstrated that the Black Sea is a critical frontier for Europe's new security architecture. At the same time, Moscow continues to use the Black Sea as a platform to impede freedom of navigation and fuel tension in the region, including through protectorates. The Republic of Moldova has experienced firsthand the evolving nature of modern threats, which increasingly extend beyond conventional military dimension. These include cyber attacks, disinformation and manipulation campaigns, energy blackmail, support for separatism, spreading fear. The continued presence of foreign military troops on the territory of the Republic of Moldova remains a key obstacle for reaching a solution of the Transnistrian conflict. This infringes on our neutrality and increases the security risk for the entire country and the region. Furthermore, Russia's illegal activities in the Black Sea create not only military, energy, and food security threats, but also hampers the freedom of navigation and poses significant environmental risks and harm that can cause damage for all the countries around the Black Sea. An eloquent example is the recent bombardment of Ukraine's energy infrastructure, which led to the pollution of the Dnistru River. And as a result, several districts from the northern part of the Republic of Moldova were left without drinking water. Dear friends, I'd like to reiterate that the challenges we're facing today cannot be dealt in isolation. A common effort is required to overcome them. We are confident that only a strong joint coordination of actions in compliance with international law and in cooperation with like-minded partners, especially the European Union, the United States, Republic of Turkey, and others, can propose sustainable solutions for peace not only in Ukraine, but for all the conflicts in the Black Sea region, including the Transnistrian issue. Maintaining openness and stability in the Black Sea region requires a clear understanding of the evolving security environment and a commitment to concrete coordinated actions. First and foremost, we must uphold and defend international law, including a firm policy of non-recognition of illegal annexation of Crimea. Second, unresolved conflicts in the region, including the Transnistrian issue, continue to act as a source of instability and enabler of external influence. Addressing them from a peaceful, rule-based solutions, while upholding the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and internationally recognized borders, is essential for long-term stability and for ensuring that the Black Sea remains a space of cooperation, not confrontation. Third, we must strengthen resilience against hybrid threats, a defining feature of the Black Sea security landscape today. Finally, the Black Sea must not be viewed in isolation, nor as a peripheral theater, but as a central axis in the wider European security architecture. That is why the region requires sustained strategic attention, not only from the riparian states, but also from the entire European Union, NATO, and the broader transatlantic space. Ladies and gentlemen, today, the European Union plays an important role in the field of security, including Black Sea region, and this context of geopolitical instability makes enlargement, enhances EU capabilities to act both as a security provider and as a strong diplomatic force. By welcoming states that are committed to reform, democratic governance, and regional stability, the European Union will expand its zone of peace and consolidate a rule-based order in regions marked by tensions. The enlargement of the European Union to include Moldova and Ukraine must be understood not only as a political ambition, but as a strategic investment in the long-term peace and stability and security in Europe. In conclusion, I'd like to reiterate that today, together with the international community, we have to think about a complex and integrated vision of the security of the Black Sea region. The security of the Black Sea is indivisible from the security of the continent as a whole, and we, as Black Sea nations, should play a substantial and leading role in bringing peace to our region. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now we have with us in online format the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, His Excellency Mr. Andrei Sibiha. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear Mihai, dear friend, dear Minister Nosati, dear Secretary Komanescu, dear friends, colleagues, I am honored to speak at the opening of the Black Security Conference. I am addressing you online because the military situation once again requires me to be in Kyiv today, and it is important that our conference is being held in Moldova today, as the country is among those affected by restricted navigation, disrupted supply chains, and maritime insecurity in the Black Sea. Last December, I also took part in another important forum in Romania, where we addressed the security challenges facing our Black Sea region. This framework of our discussion is in our best interest, and I am grateful to Moldova and Romania for cooperation here. After all, we speak about how to get benefits and why it starts with security. Despite the developments in the Middle East, it is important that Europe and our closest allies stay focused on Ukraine, developments in our region, and Black Sea, because it is where our security is being decided. At the same time, the war in the Middle East shows how closely Black Sea security is linked to global maritime security. The same challenges appear in different regions. Today, Iran's actions in the Strait of Hormuz sound familiar. Aggressors use similar methods. Russia did the same in the Black Sea 4 years ago, when it blocked maritime trade to weaken our economy. Back then, Turkey played a decisive role in establishing a functioning corridor of survival. But Russia showed no regard for global food security. Russia has sought and continues to seek to weaponize food security and blackmail the world with the threat of famine. Its goal was to destabilize global markets. As always, it broke every agreement. We responded and found solutions. Ukraine has built strong expertise in coastal defense. This expertise is based on innovative solutions, first and foremost, our drones and our unique skills and experience. With virtually no navy of our own, we built one using drones. Through effective action, we were able to drive back the Russian Black Sea fleet and reopen shipping lanes. The operation to liberate Zmyiny Island and the island itself have already become legendary. We are ready to share our knowledge. Dear friends, the European Union's Black Sea strategy is an important step forward. It is right that its first pillar is security, because without security there can be no prosperity. As a future EU member and a contributor to European security, Ukraine will play an important role in implementing this strategy. Today I will make 3 remarks. First, we must restore peace and return freedom of navigation to the Black Sea. The Black Sea must once again become a sea of peace and security, with secure maritime routes and functioning supply chains restored. Today, however, it has become a sea of Russian war. Over the past months, Odessa port infrastructure has faced more Russian attacks than during the entire previous year. This escalation must be met with a strong and decisive response. Pressure on Russia is essential. We must compel the Kremlin to halt its aggression, agree to a ceasefire, and engage in real diplomacy. Russia must stop its attacks on maritime infrastructure, especially ports. It is a significant achievement that the EU Black Sea strategy places demining among its top priorities. Ukraine stands ready to join the demining coalition. Only last year, Russia stole over 2 million tons of Ukrainian grain from occupied territories and sold it to markets in Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and even Europe. Nearly 40% went to Egypt. We need decisive action now. Sanctions on the ships involved, on the infrastructure behind them, and on those who buy this stolen grain. This is not only about food security, it is also about cutting funding for Russia's war. Second, security guarantees for Ukraine must include maritime security. There are several countries ready to play a key role in building security in the Black Sea region. These include Turkey, Romania, Moldova, and Bulgaria. We should also remember the choice of the Georgian people, a choice in favor of Europe, democracy, and security. Security in the Black Sea is in our hands. Our unity and determination are the key to deterring Russia. Yes, Ukraine is ready to cooperate and share its experience with Black Sea partners. This will strengthen regional security, and I hope this conference will help define concrete steps. But we must be honest. Only a strong presence of our allies in the Black Sea can prevent future Russian aggression. Lasting peace in the region requires not only boots of our allies on our ground, but also ships of our allies in our waters. This brings me to my third point, long-term deterrence. The liberation of Crimea is the only way to ensure lasting security in the Black Sea region. There can be no stable trade in a sea where a militarized peninsula controlled by an aggressive state sits at its center. Russia used Crimea to launch its full-scale invasion. It still uses the occupied Crimean territory to attack continental Ukraine, and it could use it to threaten other countries in the region. The only solution is the full restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity. And it all started with the Crimea and must end with Crimea. Crimea is Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, the Black Sea region has great potential, in particular, the development of oil and gas fields on the continental shelf. Ukraine's and Moldova's future EU membership will expand Europe's access to the Black Sea and create new opportunities. But everything starts with security. We need decisive actions. We need an ambitious enlargement policy. In the Black Sea, Europe has a real chance to show that it is a strong geopolitical actor. For this matter, we need to look at Black Sea within a wider geopolitical perspective. What happens in the Black Sea now echoes in the Baltic Sea, because our security is indivisible, and that is how we must view it, as a single security space, an axis from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Today, our relations with relevant Nordic countries create all conditions for it. There is a 3C initiative. We have to build on it. We must also view the Black Sea as a cost of effective and vital route for non-Russian energy supplies from the East to Europe. All this is about our prosperity and common benefits, but it starts with security once again. Thank you. I wish you productive discussions.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I would like to invite the Minister of Defense of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Anatoliy Nosati.
It is an honor to join you today at the third Black Sea Security Conference, an event that carries a strong message. We need to join our efforts to be able to maintain peace and security, to face current security challenges and deter any threats that can impact our collective safety and future developments. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has shaken the foundation of the rule-based international order and exposed the vulnerabilities of the European and regional security by underscoring the critical importance of the Black Sea region. In this progressive geopolitical landscape with the Black Sea region at its once, peace and security in the region is a fundamental need to the collective resilience of the regions, which is both vital to its immediate neighbors and European security and prosperity. The Republic of Moldova is a neutral state, and we act strictly for the defensive purpose. However, neutrality is not a bulletproof vest against aggression. Even in the Black Sea region, shown us that sovereignty and integrity can only be efficiently defended through the strong alliance and partnership. We believe that regional alliance must be built around shared values. For us, democracy, human rights, and the rule of the law are not just concepts. Those are values we believe in, as well as principles we build our future on. Aggressors have no rules and no human values. Therefore, we have chosen to stand and modernize our defense and resilience. We can do it only by having a strong political will and true friends. In this sense, over the past few years, we worked on strengthening our ties with our foreign partners and international organizations. We succeeded, and today, we are advancing in our modernization reform, and we will continue to do so for our country's safety and for the defense of our values, peace and development goals. Besides that, meanwhile, Moldova increased contribution to world peace and stability. In fact, we have been contributing to this joint commitment for the years. Our soldiers have been participating in the peacekeeping missions all over the world, under UN, European Union, and NATO mandates. Today, Moldova has become a stronger, trustable, and active provider of regional security, thanks to the efforts as well as to the commitment and support from all your nations during this time, achieving our goal and continuing supporting us. Thank you. I strongly believe that through our partnership and regional dialogue, confidence-building measures, international missions, and multinational exercises, we contribute substantially to stability and peace. Our commitment to collective security is visible, credible, and growing. The brutal war of Russian Federation against Ukraine has transformed the paradigm of the regional security, generating negative multilateral effects for all countries in the Black Sea and in Balkan region. Having a war right next to the border, the Republic Moldova is highly affected by intensive propaganda action. Besides hostile narratives and extensive disinformation campaign, the illegal presence of the Russian troops in the Transnistrian region, airspace violation, pro-Russian political actors are major risk and a clear threat to our peace and security. Our newly adopted strategic documents such as National Defense Strategy, Military Strategy, set a clear direction for the modernization and transformation of our national defense capabilities. Integration into European Union security and defense architecture, as well as increasing military expenditures for the defense. We are aware that those are quite challenging targets, which can be reached only by strong joint efforts and support. Public support is vital too, because we have to admit that credible defense requires sustained and responsible investments, as well as development of the effective mechanism for preventing, countering, and neutralizing risk and threats to the Republic of Moldova security. Also, those strategic documents underline our commitment to strengthening and deepening bilateral, regional, and international defense and military security partnership. Being part of the collective defense for us is a must. For each country that shares one single commitment, protecting peace. Hereby, I would like to reiterate the excellent cooperation we maintain with the defense institutions from across the region and beyond, including with the country represented in this room. Many of your defense leaders and institutions are not only our partners, but our friends. I am happy to see some of those today in this room and looking forward to see you in many other activities. By approving the law of national airspace, significant efforts have been done and continue to be made in the development of our defense capabilities to protect our citizens, critical infrastructure, and air sovereignty of the Republic of Moldova. In this context, we have extended cooperation with external partners, both in terms of technical expertise and international best practices sharing. The latest airspace violation by Russian drones is a strong evidence that we need to invest in our air defense and to be in line with the advancing technologies. In terms of the drone manufacturing process, this is what we will continue striving for the protect of our citizens and critical infrastructures. Distinguished audience, Moldova has currently a clear goal: join European Union and integrate into European Union security and defense architecture. I firmly believe that we can overcome current security challenges only through solidarity, unity, and cohesion, since we all share the same values and commitments. Being part of the solid collective security is crucial for each European country. Moldova wants to be part of it. What I mean is we need to speak with a one voice through joint initiative, multinational exercises, interoperability of cross-border economic projects, including events such as this forum. The existing of the strategic regional identity will certainly contribute to the transformation of Black Sea region from the area affected by war into a pillar of stability. In a geopolitical environment marked by instability and multiple threats, such platforms of the dialogue are vital for strengthening our cooperation, identifying joint solidarities, and consolidate our collective capacities of response to current challenges. To conclude with, I would like to underline that the Republic of Moldova stands by neighbors and partners. We are safer, stronger, and more secure when we act together. I wish you to have a productive conference and to identify the new solution for our safety and security in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And now I would like to invite His Excellency Ambassador Lazar Comanescu, Secretary General of the Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to participate in today's third Black Sea Security Conference. And for that, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mihai Papșoi, to Minister Andrei Sibiha and their defense colleagues. Dear Deputy Prime Minister and dear colleagues, you may wish to know that being here in Chișinău is always a pleasure. I always feel at home. And once again, thank you very much, Minister Papșoi, to allow me and to have invited me to participate at this particularly important and timely event. No need for me to elaborate why it is both timely and very important. It has been already more than 4 years since there has been and there continues to be war in our region. A war which we in BSEC from the very beginning stood against and appealed to its cessation. Definitely, every effort needs to be made to put an end to it and to bring peace back in the region, to bring back stability and security. And that can only be achieved if action is taken in full compliance with and respect of the international law, primarily of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. The conference of today, like the previous ones, is part of such efforts. And I wish all the more so. Actually, I'm confident that the deliberations of today will be most productive. It is understandable, of course, that under the current circumstances, which our region has been through, as I said already, for 40 years, it is understandable, I say, that when it comes to debate on security, attention be primarily given to hard security. We need to consider at the same time that there is also an important economic dimension of security, which can only be strengthened through economic cooperation. And that is the objective of the organization which I had the honor to represent here today. The economic dimension of security is closely linked to economic resilience and encompasses issues such as trade, transport routes, energy supply, food security, and the protection of critical infrastructure. The Black Sea region itself is a critical energy corridor and a major transport hub connecting north and south, east and west routes, strengthening cooperation in transport of energy, in trade, and also cultural exchanges are therefore more important than ever. Therefore, I appreciate all the more so that one of the panels of today's conference is dedicated precisely to this type of issues. I may elaborate more during the debate and the respective panel. At this stage, I'll limit myself to say that we in BSEC attach particular importance to and are striving to see how the organization may further contribute to strengthening security through economic cooperation. One direction of action, for example, regards the post-war reconstruction efforts. And related thereto, we are looking into ways of coordination with the other members of the BSEC family, notably the BSEDB, the Black Sea Trade Development Bank, so as to identify joint potential projects in this respect. We are also looking at possibilities of better coordination with other regional organizations, like, for example, the Central European Initiative, the CSI, the 3CEG initiatives, and other organizations, of course, very important, the European Union. As to the concrete areas of action, and looking from a long-term perspective, we primarily have in mind infrastructure and trade facility and trade promotion. Here there are things already developed within the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization, whereupon I think we could and should build. I'm referring to initiatives like the Black Sea Ring Highway, the motorways of the sea, or the trade facilitation strategy. One final remark. The need is there for regional cooperation mechanisms to remain flexible and capable of responding effectively in times of crisis. Regional platforms must increasingly evolve from purely consultative formats into operational framework that allow the rapid consultations and coordinated action where needed. Allow me to conclude with a simple but firm conviction. Lasting stability can only be achieved through dialogue economic cooperation and mutual understanding. If we truly seek peace, security, and prosperity in our region and beyond, there is no real alternative to cooperation. And I am looking forward to following with great attention today's deliberation, which I am confident will bring concrete results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. As you know, the European Union plays an important role in the security architecture of the Black Sea. Its support for regional security is important and highly appreciated. In this regard, today we have two video messages from Ms. Kaja Kallas, Vice President of the European Commission and High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, and Ms. Marta Kos, European Commissioner for Enlargement. Please look to the screen.
Dear Excellencies, dear guests, the Black Sea region has long been a battleground for Russia's aggression in Europe. From the invasion of Georgia in 2008 to the annexation of Crimea in 2014 and to the full-scale invasion of Ukraine just 4 years ago. And when Russia blockaded the Black Sea in the early days of the war, history took a particularly vicious turn. In its attempts to starve the Ukrainian people, Russia brought back horrific memories of Holodomor and the millions of Ukrainians' lives lost during the Soviet-made famine 90 years before. But Moscow would not succeed a second time, not in its attempts to starve the Ukrainian people into submission, and not in its attempt to spread this pain to the rest of the world. Instead, Russia's behavior has rallied international support for Ukraine and pushed global attention towards the need for greater security in the Black Sea. And this is what brings you together in Chișinău today. The priorities are clear. Protect maritime security and the freedom of navigation in this vital region. Improve situational awareness as an early warning mechanism against potential threats. Keep Black Sea shipping lanes open, including by removing drifting mines. Block Russia's shadow fleet from operating. Facilitate military mobility and develop connectivity and preparedness. These priorities are set out in the European Union's recent Black Sea strategy. And here we also set out responses from the EU side. First, a Black Sea maritime security hub. This hub will be Europe's early warning system in the Black Sea. It will enhance situational awareness and help protect critical infrastructure, like offshore installations and subsea cables. We are ready to provide all necessary support to Romania and Bulgaria to take this forward. This is also a contribution to regional security, meaning Ukraine, Turkey, and Moldova should be involved in this initiative too. On demining, which is critical to keep shipping lanes open, we are now financing projects to improve seabed knowledge and improve detection technologies, for example. And I want to welcome the initiative by Turkey, Romania, and Bulgaria targeting drifting mines in northwestern Black Sea. On military mobility, we are now funding dual-use transport infrastructure projects along the 4 priority military mobility corridors within the European Union. These extend to Ukraine and Moldova, and they are being upgraded to improve rail, road, and port connectivity. And regarding hybrid threats, including foreign interference and information manipulation, nothing exemplifies the risk quite like the attacks that Moldova experienced during its elections last year. But Moldova's experience also underlined what the EU can do to fight back, not least by deploying the EU's hybrid rapid response teams. While the entire region experiences such threats, we are only getting stronger by learning from our experiences. Excellencies, a peaceful Black Sea hinges on peace in Ukraine. And that is why the EU remains the #1 supporter of Ukraine with 195 billion euros since 2022, plus a 90 billion support loan in the works. And as we know, Russia is not interested in peace in Ukraine nor in the wider Black Sea region. European attention is squarely focused on strengthening European defense, including on a new security strategy that will address every region where our security is at risk, including the Black Sea. As history shows, Russia will remain a long-term threat in the Black Sea and our wider European continent. But we are fighting back while we create the conditions for long-term security, connectivity, and prosperity in the region. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Greetings to Chișinău. I wish I could be with you today. The Black Sea is today central to Europe's security strategy. Without a secure Black Sea, there cannot be a secure Europe. The region is home to EU members, it is the home to future member states, and it is home to important partners with whom we share an interest in keeping this vital artery for trade, energy flows, and food exports safe. Russia's war against Ukraine has fundamentally transformed the region and led us to take a stronger, more strategic European stance. We are investing in the resilience of our partner countries, including your host, the Republic of Moldova, in countering hybrid threats and external pressures. In this respect, EU enlargement is a strategic investment in security. Integrating Ukraine and Moldova into the EU directly contributes to regional stability, democratic governance, and the ability to withstand future shocks. Our connectivity agenda in the region serves the same security goals. It provides us with alternative energy infrastructure, transport corridors, digital links. The situation in the Middle East demonstrates right now why having alternative options matters so much. The European Commission fully supports the work you are doing today in Chișinău in building a comprehensive and forward-looking security vision for the Black Sea region.
Thank you for these important messages. I would now like to invite the heads of countries' delegations for the family photo, which will take place on the ground floor. All other participants are invited to enjoy a short coffee break, and we will reconvene in this room in 25 minutes.
Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, dear participant, ladies and gentlemen, I am with great pleasure welcomed you in this panel of discussion of the Black Sea Security Conference of Crimea Platform, and it's a pleasure for me to moderate this panel. Today we will talk about the recent development of the Black Sea security, Black Sea landscape, and the main challenges that we have in the region and around the region. And I think that we will have very fruitful discussion because the main aim is practical-oriented result, policy-oriented conclusions and potential measures. What can we do together with the aim to protect the security and resilience of the Black Sea region? And I, with great pleasure, want to present the Mr. Valeriu Mija, State Secretary of the Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Moldova. Mr. Valeriu has a PhD degree in political science and very vital professional background of the work in the official high-level state posts of the Republic of Moldova. Based on your experience, how do you see the recent changes in the Black Sea region? And taking into account the dates of the global peace scales, we can see that the conflict escalations is very high, and we see new security challenges and threats in the world security agenda, dramatic situation in the Middle East, militarization, ongoing Russian war against Ukraine. In this context, how do you see the influence of all these destructive tendencies, trends, for the Black Sea region, and how countries of the region can adopt to this new military, hybrid, and economic threats? The floor is yours, please.
Dear Natalia, thank you very much for the guiding questions. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it's a great honor and privilege to address the third edition of Black Sea Security Conference. This year is particularly meaningful for Moldova because it's organized jointly by the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine, and we express gratitude to Ukraine for the trust you offered in Chișinău. Our panel today addresses the issue that is no longer purely regional of Black Sea security. The security in this region became a defining factor for stability in Europe, for global food security, and increasingly for wider geopolitical balance between Europe, Middle East, Central Asia, and beyond. I am proud today to be with very distinguished panelists and take advantage to host and welcome them. Добрий ранок, and ласково просимо Vice Minister Mișinco and Pani Carușco. Bună ziua și bine ați venit, doamna secretar de stat Staicu și distinct partener și prieten al Republicii Moldova, profesor Kyiv. Merhaba, Sayın Bakan Gumrukçu, hoş geldiniz to Moldova. Your Excellency, in the framework of analysis methodologies of big strategic titans of international security such as Immanuel Kant, John Mackinder, Henry Kissinger, Kenneth Waltz, Samuel Huntington, John Mearsheimer, Morton Kaplan, Bull, and distinguished Professor Iulian Kyiv, who is with us today, applause for him also. We are to affirm following obvious theoretical factual conclusions. First, international cooperative security model proposed in 1990 by Paris Declaration for Common Peaceful in Europe by the head of states and by NATO Rome declarations regretfully produce huge erosions to ensure functional international collective security by dialogues and confidence security measures with element of proper arms control. Second, international security system de facto is in process of qualitative transformation. Third, in this transformative process, competitive position is about to preserve international order based on rules of law with the main architecture United Nations versus civilization spaces controlled by an asymmetrically powerful international actors who would have the right to apply unilateral military forces to achieve full dominations. Fourth, there are several centers of gravity in these global transformations. As it was rightly pointed, Middle East is one of them, and we all have been witnessing escalations of the situation since 28th of February. That basically started with the attack on Israel on 7 October 2023, if we go retrospectively. Of course, Black Sea region is another pivotal strategic center of gravity in Eurasian security architecture, and it was historically since 18th, 19th century. Over the past years, the Black Sea evolved from a strategic maritime crossroads is one of the key security front lines of European continent, also being a bridge via Republic of Turkey to Middle East and Mediterranean region, a bridge via Caucasus to Central Asia, via Balkans to Europe and Atlantic Ocean, and in this architecture, regretfully, but this is a fact, Ukraine is a center of gravity of landmass, which was described by Professor Makander. Therefore, we are all witnessing today go beyond naval activity, became a testing ground for complex military pressure, hybrid operations, attacks on critical infrastructure, economic disruptions, and attempts to weaponize energy, food transformation, IT technology with artificial intelligence. The brutal war of Russian aggression in Ukraine, it's a center of gravity for the future Black Sea region. It's important to remember. The way the peace will be achieved in Ukraine, it will be the security future of Black Sea. It's demonstrated how interconnected the security of our region is in fact. Moldova security, Ukraine security, and stability of Black Sea are deeply intertwined. Therefore, on behalf of Moldovan people, we would like to express our big gratitude to Ukrainian leadership, to Ukrainian people, to Ukrainian, importantly, armed forces for heroic resistance that ensure our common security nowadays. Also, we appreciate the very much partners' assistance to Ukraine for more than 55 international actors, states, and organizations. We particularly appreciate the wisdom and constructive diplomatic effort of the Republic of Turkey to be able to find a formula for solving strategic dilemma in Black Sea nowadays, vital maritime commerce routes versus avoiding military escalation at sea. This goes with constructive partners' attitude of EU strategic compass, partners' attitude of Romania, Bulgaria, and Georgia to have stability on naval navigation and helping Ukraine. For the Republic of Moldova, these developments are not abstract strategic trends. Our country is directly exposed to consequences of this evolving security environment, and we had our regretful experience, which we will talk later on. But at this moment, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. State Secretary, for your insightful presentation. And I want to give the floor to the Mr. Alexander Mishchenko, Deputy Minister of the Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Mr. Mishchenko has the extensive diplomatic experience. His diplomatic rank is Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary. Taking into account your diplomatic experience, how can you appreciate the importance and role of diplomacy in present state in the Black Sea region, and European Union and NATO involvement in the maintaining peace and security in the Black Sea region. And of course, very interesting your position. How do you see the recent changes and challenges to the Black Sea region? Ongoing war in Ukraine, maritime logistics, and it will be very important for us to know your internal vision to the situation. Please.
Thank you very much, Madam Natalia. Valery, thanks a lot for your readiness to organize this conference together with Ukraine. For us, it's very important to share vision of Ukraine. The last events in Ukraine for this bloody war, it's very important for us to unite it more and more, to gain more solidarity of international community, because for us, it's a main task for us in main weapons, because Putin afraid our unity. Putin tried to undermine our unity, and through that to defeat Ukraine, and then after that other countries. That's why organization of this conference is extremely important for us, because we share the same values, same territory in Black Sea that we focus on today. But symbolically, even in this hall, all of us stand on a floor covered by Ukrainian wood. It's this wood from Ukraine, just for your information. As this whole probably connected all of us, as I understand, as I have knowledge, that all of these lamps of this from Romania, but cotton from Turkey. This means that we together, we can create, even 40 years ago, the launched on February 24, 2025, has dramatically transformed Europe's security, political and economic landscape, while having a serious impact of Black Sea regional security. Since occupying Crimea in 2014, Putin's Russia has maintained its goal for turning the entire Black Sea region into its sphere of influence. It's the main task for Putin war to create such condition as was before in time of Soviet Union. That's why our resilience, our attempts to prevent our space against aggression, it's our achievement together. No country in the region is safe from the ongoing hybrid threats posed by the Russian Federation, including disinformation campaign, energy pressure, attempts to destabilize the domestic political situation in each country, and the use of unresolved conflict as instrument of political influence. Russia's actions undermine global food security, especially Africa, economic opportunities, tourism, real estate, investments, and cause environmental damage. Despite enemy attack, Ukraine remains a key pillar of global food security, as well as from Black Sea countries. All Black Sea countries except Russia suffer equally from direct security threats, environmental war consequences, and lost economic opportunities across South Caucasus, Caspian, and other regions due to Russian aggression, which is blocking the creation of the Black Sea-Caspian transport corridor. The occupation of Crimea is the main task for all of us. Without it, we cannot resolve this war. Ukraine resistance to the Russian aggression, as well in the Black Sea, rests on three pillars. First of all, heroism and professionalism of Ukrainian armed forces, resilience of Ukrainian society under constant attack, and sustained international partner support. All of these three pillars interdependent. However, weakening such a support will undermine our ability to block one of Russia's strategic war objectives, dominating the Black Sea. Ukraine needs support, but can also contribute. With the extensive armed forces combat experience, Ukraine ready to expand its role in strengthening Black Sea region security. Ukraine can provide advanced military technical solutions that deterred Russia fleet in Black Sea, particularly sea drones that dealt significant blow to Russian Navy. Ukrainian delegation now presented by politicians, diplomats, and also military. It will be very important to listen our military who daily have experience to reject Russian attack. A Navy officer and intelligence, military intelligence will present you picture the reality of this war with some figures and pictures also. Black Sea security inseparable from the issue of Russia's oppression of Crimea Tatar and the issue of Majlis. Ukraine views the Crimea deoccupation and restoring Tatar rights and Majlis functionality as equal critical as the repelling Russian military aggression in the sea and demining of its water. My colleagues, Olga Kuryshka, as the permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in the Crimea, will give you more detailed picture about this terrible issue. Political support remains crucial. We must constantly raise the issue of the illegal occupation of Crimea, of torture, unlawful detention of prisoners, and destruction of Ukrainian and Crimea Tatar culture in all international organizations, holding Russia accountable as a violator of their charter and principles. Crimea occupation is not a frozen conflict, but active war factor and systematic instability source. Crimea's deoccupation would restore justice and strengthen Black Sea and the European long-term security. The path to comprehend territorial integrity will bring lasting dialogue. Only tougher sanctions can force peace. To ensure stability, we must target Russia's key sectors: oil, military, finance, energy, IT, combating the shadow fleet and third country trade, and use frozen assets for Ukraine. Global sanctions adherence without exception is essential. And I should like to share with you vision, or you ask me about my point of view. Analysis of these 4 years give us clear picture. The situation is absolutely changing. Because in the starting of war, but West gave us what they don't need. All technique, weapons, etc. But now, West gave us what we need. And now we can see the situation absolutely different in battlefield. Russia have not reached any achievements in the battlefield. That's why they increase in shelling for peaceful population in Ukraine through this night attack for Kyiv, Odessa, and other places in Ukraine, because through that they try to spread fear in Ukraine and to push Ukrainian to panic, and through that to push Ukrainian for capitulation. Ukraine ready to fight, it will fight. But this war is our answer for Russians' attempts to establish Soviet Union again. We share with European Union the same values. Our soldiers fight for that and sacrifice lives for that. That's why we ask our partners support Ukrainian goals, membership in the European Union, in NATO. Ukraine not only ask for help, Ukraine contribute. And now Ukrainian army, from my point of view, is the backbone of future army of Europe. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your own opinion. It's very important for us. Now I want to address my questions to Mrs. Clara Staicu, Secretary of State for European Affairs of Romania. Mrs. Staicu has experience and expertise in the bilateral and multilateral diplomacy, and to you would be about your region and maintaining security in Black Sea in general and maritime security in particular. And of course, it's very important your vision of the possibility of the European Union to Romanian roles in this deal. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here in Chișinău. This city is always dear to me and to all Romanians, and I'm very glad that the Republic of Moldova has taken the initiative to host this conference together with our Ukrainian partners. This third edition of the Black Sea Conference gives us an opportunity to review the consequences of war in Ukraine and the illegal and illegitimate annexation of the second state, most affected by the Russian aggression after Ukraine, of course. And the recent example of the pollution on Dnistru River is just an example, the latest, but not the first or not the last. The Republic of Moldova also faces the unsolved Transnistrian problem and the security concerns linked to the illegal Russian military presence in the region. Last but not least, Moscow's hybrid attacks targeting the Republic of Moldova during its last electoral cycles is known to us all. This region. The Russian Federation continues to wage war against the Ukrainian people with no consideration for the loss of lives on both sides. It's a war of choice, a war of destruction, and of attrition on the front line. We continue to face the war consequences in the Black Sea region. Freedom and security of navigation are endangered by GPS jamming, mines, hostile movements of Russian ships in our waters. Drones continues to breach the airspaces of countries neighboring Ukraine, including my country and the Republic of Moldova. The Crimean Peninsula harbors a Russian military bastion able to target and reach everyone around and beyond the Black Sea. Despite this environment, thanks to the bravery of Ukrainian forces, commercial shipping to and from Ukraine remains resilient. Romania continues to provide safe passage for Ukrainian goods, both on sea and land. Against this background, let me highlight some of the concrete measures and approaches developed since the last edition of this conference. At national level, Romania has intensified its support for Ukraine. We have been providing such multidimensional support since the beginning of the war and will continue to do so, both in bilateral and multilateral formats. In multilateral formats, we are constantly making efforts to ensure all necessary aid is directed to Ukraine, and here I'll make a parenthesis to my colleague's reference about the need and also the providing what Ukraine ensure this necessary aid is directed to Ukraine, and also in the same time that our leverage, all available leverage, is used to keep pressure on Moscow. Recently, the President of Ukraine visited Romania. Our two presidents signed a strategic partnership declaration and documents that strengthen bilateral cooperation in the area of security. Romania has also increased the defense against drones and accelerated efforts to secure the maritime space and critical maritime infrastructure. At regional level, important signal that NATO acts promptly and efficiently to increase was adopted in May last year. It sets a strategic vision for the Black Sea region, a hub of security, stability, and prosperity, and enhancing security, stability, and resilience. The second will help foster sustainable growth and prosperity, and the third is about environmental protection, preparedness, and civil protection. As part of the first security pillar, we are working with our Bulgarian and Turkish friends on setting up a regional maritime security hub, which will help enhance maritime situational awareness and facilitate cooperation in maritime security and protection of critical infrastructure, of course, in complementarity with NATO. Overall, I would say that the security architecture of our region has improved thanks to regional efforts and international support, and this is encouraging. We very much hope also that efforts to end the war in just and enduring terms for Ukraine and the whole region will soon bear decisive fruits. The political solution to the conflict will shape the security of our region, and it is in the interest of us all that such a solution is based on Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, of the commitment of no use of force and solid security guarantees. Romania will support these guarantees together with other countries from the region and from the Euro-Atlantic community. Therefore, our regional cooperation is also extremely important, and I'm very pleased to recall the trilateral dialogue and cooperation pursued in the Odessa Triangle, already well established by now by Romania, the Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine. This format is grounded on our shared European values, Union. In practical terms, this cooperation, such as energy, connectivity, regional security, cybersecurity, European affairs. And as a parenthesis, I would also like to take this opportunity to reaffirm Romania's continuing support for the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine's EU integration process. We are determined to work closely together to ramp up our capacities to counter. This aims at getting control over Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, or at least undermine their stability and sovereignty while trying to reshape the same long-standing goals of Russia, and it will continue to pursue them irrespective of the emphasis or degree of aggressiveness. In sum, I would like to conclude that through an increased NATO, EU and regional allied efforts, the Black Sea security architecture has been strengthened. The Black Sea region is no longer an isolated sea. It is a European and Euro-Atlantic sea whose security is linked through concrete membership and projects to the European and Euro-Atlantic security path. Will only further consolidate our security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Clara Staiko, for your insightful presentation. And we continue, and I want to present the Republic of Turkey. The same, you have very profound background from a professional point of view, and a lot of activity in diplomatic services. That's why I think that it will be more easy to find common conclusions regarding the situation in the Black Sea region, taking into account the different attitude to the Turkey position in the maritime security responsibilities. I think it was the correct formulation. And how can you appreciate the potential risks for the Black Sea security corridor and functionality of the corridor at the present time and near future?
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. And I would like to, of course, also express my great pleasure to be in Moldova for the first time in my life, believe it or not. But it's not going to be the last time. I already fell in love with this beautiful city of Chișinău. And of course, it's a great privilege to sit on a panel with such distinguished speakers. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. Although, of course, I also would like to say that, it is quite heartbreaking to know that we have our deliberations here when the war in Ukraine still goes on in its 5th year, and the Ukrainian people fighting for their sovereignty and independence. So before anything else I say about your questions and about Black Sea, allow me to express our, great admiration for the resistance and the resilience of the Ukrainian people, and underscore our, unequivocal commitment to support Ukraine and their heroic efforts for the defense of your country. Alexander, you can rest assured of our support in that regard. Now, as to the Black Sea security environment, of course, there is no doubt that a lot has changed since the war in terms of how we perceive the security environment, in terms of our threat perceptions. But I would first of all argue that, this change has not started in 2022, but first in 2014, if not earlier, with the illegal annexation of Crimea. And you will all remember probably that, Turkey was... And the reason why I brought up Crimea at the very beginning is not because of its illegality and unacceptability, it's of course a given thing, but also, unfortunately, it has dealt a big blow to our dream in Turkey for turning the Black Sea region into a zone of peace, stability, and prosperity. And for the entire world, not only for the countries in the region, but for the entire world, because of the very geostrategic location of the region as a linchpin between Europe and Asia in every possible term that we can think of: energy, trade, transportation, or the digital links. So, in fact, our faith in that vision was the reason why we have worked relentlessly since the end of the Cold War with initiatives like the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, a truly visionary attempt at that time, but also in the military field with confidence-building measures like the Operation. The vision is still the same. We are still committed for that vision, but no doubt that the war in 2022 and the development since 2014 has unfortunately constituted an important setback to that vision, to what we can discuss, and many of them has already been mentioned in the introductory remarks in the morning and today in that panel as well. But I believe what had and still has the highest potential to impact the entire world, as we also experienced in another conflict, the war in Iran, because of the blockade of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, how important in keeping the shipping lanes open and freedom of navigation for the entire world economy. In the case of Black Sea, of course, I mean, we realized that in 2022, because I mean, many people didn't know that aside from being one of being the top export, suspension of these exports in the beginning of the war for the world economy. So of course, this is still a major concern in our mind. But I would again argue that, I mean, we have somewhat handled this situation in a very responsible and kind of effective way so as to prevent a further expansion and spillover of the war to the maritime domain. And in that regard, of course, I mean, first credit goes to Ukrainians themselves, what you did heroically in terms of your maritime defense. But I think, I mean, it's good to recall what Turkey did in its own terms in order to have the stability, security, and peace in the Black Sea region. And from the day one of the war, we have implemented the Montreux Convention, not only in line with its words, but I think in accordance with its spirits. And in that way, despite the fact that Russia had the right to bring around 30 of their ships to their coal ports in the Black Sea, not one single warship has come back to keep a lid on further expansion of tension or further escalation of tension in the Black Sea. Secondly, and I think, of course, there were many references to that as well, at the beginning of the war, when the grain prices were skyrocketing, and when the UN was issuing one after another hunger warnings for Africa and other parts of the world, Turkey, together with the UN, brokered an agreement between Ukraine and Russia, which enabled the shipping of more than 30 million tons of grains through the Black Sea and the Turkish Straits, and thus helped avert of global food crisis. And I think it all showed that diplomacy can work as long as there is political will on all sides to, in a kind of an escalation management move. And thirdly, of course, as my colleague from Romania also pointed out, that we, together with Romania and Bulgaria, has launched an initiative, what we call MCM Black Sea Task Force, Mine Countermeasures, in order to address a clear and present danger of drifting mines. And now, a year and a half later, not only it was effective in addressing this immediate threat, but also it is a great example of regional ownership, that the countries in the region coming together and fixing their own problems, which we see as key for the future peace and stability of the region. So overall, I think we managed quite well the risk against navigation, the freedom of navigation, at least better, comparatively better than some other conflicts. But as long as the war continues, there is always going to be a risk of further expansion and spillover. So that's why our utmost priority should be to focus and to try to do everything possible in order to bring this war to an end as soon as possible through a negotiated solution. And you know how committed we have been from day one to this objective by hosting the very first direct talks between Russia and Ukraine as early as March 2022. But since then, we again, facilitated and hosted many rounds of these direct talks. Now, under the leadership of the United States, there is again a very serious process in that direction. No doubt, there is still some very critical gaps between the position of the parties, but I think we have no other alternative than to persevere and try to bring this war to an end in a fair and sustainable way. And in this regard, let me conclude with that. I think there are three, and you can rest assured that Turkey will continue to do that, to do everything in that direction. But secondly, I think we must be also able to provide in advance, as early as possible, some solid, reliable security guarantees to Ukraine, so that the Ukrainian people can feel confident that what happened in 2022 will not happen again. So this is quite important, and that's why Turkey has been from the very beginning a leading and active the maritime component of this coalition when time, of course, and the conditions permit that. And I think it's quite natural for Turkey to do that, given our special roles and capabilities in and around the Black Sea region. But finally, you also ask about European security architecture and thinking of the larger European security and considering the importance of being able to deter any possible future aggression in Europe and around Europe. I think we all need to work to strengthen our deterrence and defense capability. We are moving in the right direction, particularly with NATO doing a lot in that direction by transforming its defense plans. Now NATO has a completely new set of defense plans, and they are supported by increased defensing, increased production of capabilities, and again, Turkey is one of the leading allies in all these areas. Cash, capability, build again a sort of a functioning security architecture, because only if use of force ceases to be an option, a viable option, then countries can start working together in transparency for economic cooperation, for confidence building measures. So that is the kind of vision, and I think through that we will be in a position to reclaim that vision, which has been dealt a big blow, and do that through regional cooperation, through regional sort of ownership, and that still continues to be what really guides us into the future as Turkey. I'm sorry, I was a bit long maybe, but I mean, that's what I wanted to say in the beginning.
Many thanks. And now I want to give the floor to Olga Kurishko, permanent representative of the President of Ukrainian Autonomous Republic of Crimea, famous Ukrainian politicians, and I know that you a lot of try to do for the human rights in Crimea region. Your presentation would be in Ukrainian language, that's why, distinguished audience, please use the techniques. The floor is yours, and I think that you can concentrate on the liberation mechanisms and protection of the human rights. It's the very important question from our point of view.
Yes, thank you very much. The first remarks from my side will be in English, and for our Ukrainian, the next point from me will be in Ukraine, so please put on your device. Спробуємо переклад українською. Чи все добре? Добре. Власне кажучи, в питаннях моєї відповідальності, моїх повноважень, я буду говорити про Крим і про Кримський півострів. Заступник міністра закордонних справ пан Олександр якраз говорив про те, що я дам більше інформації про переслідування, які відбуваються на території Кримського півострову. Власне кажучи, на даний момент, особливо після повномасштабного вторгнення, ми маємо більшу кількість політичних в'язнів. І більшість із них є кримськими татарами. На даний момент ми бачимо, що Російська Федерація, вона ховає інформацію про ті переслідування, які відбуваються на Кримському півострові. Саме тому, коли ми говоримо про безпеку Чорноморського регіону, це не тільки про землю або про воду, це і про безпеку людей. Саме тому у вступних ремарках, у вступних словах багато говорили про людський вимір і про звільнення Криму. Тому є 4 моменти, 4 позиції від мене. Перша, я говорила про
points on my part. I keep saying that from 2014, Crimea is the territory where the crimes are committed, political persecution, torture, there is no freedom of religion, no freedom of speech, and that situation aggravates even further. The second component is related to environmental safety. You will hear a lot about the military component and other components, but the impact on the environment from the armed aggression of the Russian Federation, impact on, I believe Moldova also felt that, especially in the wake of the recent developments in March 2026, when Russia attacked the HPP on Dniester River, which resulted in contamination of Dniester River by oil. Also, near Kerch Peninsula, there was a strike which also sustains, which also resulted in oil spill and contamination. Russian ships are navigating near other European countries, and it poses threat not only to Ukraine, but also they threaten other coasts of other countries where those ships are passing. Another point is based on the recent observations of the situation in the Crimean Peninsula. It's militarization. The children in Crimea are subject to militarization and propaganda practically from the elementary school. The representatives of the government institutions of Russian Federation say that the Crimea is the only territory where they have a full cycle of education for children on managing, on controlling drones, UAVs. It means that Russian Federation uses all its resources in order to engage all people, especially young generation. This is a huge challenge. And here, if we are discussing what we can do, it's support and protection of the young generation, because unfortunately it's in a very dire conditions and exposed to continuous propaganda and militarization in education. And the last point I would like to focus on is related to consequences which are related not only to us, all of us. They, as the previous speakers mentioned, especially about food security, we are saying that the Crimean ports are being used to load stolen Ukrainian grain, and they shipped that grain to Yemen ports, and some of those processes were coordinated from Iran. That's why all those anyway, freedom of navigation. Surely we support recovery of the rights and freedoms, and the call on my first of all countering the Russian fleet and support of sanction policy. This what may bring results. Support of the Crimean platform as well. I am grateful to all participants and panelists. Your countries are always present at various formats of the Crimean platform, and this year we'll have several dimensions of that platform. Clear position on the liberation of the Crimean involved, and the topic of Crimea brings together a lot of countries which support recovery of territorial integrity of Ukraine. So thank you on my part.
I want to address my next question to the Mr. Iulian Chifu, President of the Center of the Conflict Prevention and Early Warning Romania. Mr. Chifu is a former advisor of the Prime Minister of Romania of Foreign Relations, Security and Strategic Affairs. He published more than 30 books on conflicts, crisis, energy security, and numerous journals and newspapers in Romania and abroad. Associate Professor at the National School of Political and Administrative Studies, Bucharest. And as I understood correctly, you represent here the civil society, and maybe more question would be more pragmatic formulated with more open answers regarding very important issues. And I want to ask you, how do you see the potential possibility, Black Sea corridor, possibility to talk about diplomacy, the diplomacy walk, the role, but we can see that there are different visions and contradictions among the Blacks. We can find the common vision, common solution, because protection is very important.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much for the invitation to join this honorable panel. And thank you very much, Valeriu Mija, for the invitation and also for quoting me. I will try to tackle three fundamental changes that we have seen in the wider Black Sea region. And I'm talking about two wars and one strategic defensive effort and build-up that we are attempted to do. My first point goes on the Russian war of aggression and enlargement of Ukraine of the gray zone. If you have seen in the last period of time, we've seen that Ukraine can hit directly and at any moment with its drone capacity, and it covers nowadays the full Ukrainian territory, till the Azov Sea, Crimea included, and this brings uncertainty for the occupation and summer offensive that Russia attempted to put in stage, and it infringes one of the highest number of casualties. We reached 1,700 in one day. This is not sustainable for any state anywhere in the world, as populated as it can be. It doesn't mean that Ukraine does not retain the capacity of firing and hitting deep inside Russia, 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers away from its own borders, bringing the war at the doorsteps of each and every Russian in the eastern part of Russia. A larger of this gray zone, and it introduces a lot of uncertainty and chaos and terror inside the occupation lines and behind the occupation lines in the whole territory of Ukraine. My second point is about the war on Iran. As you know, it comes with pluses and minuses related to the aggression conflict of Russia in Ukraine. On one hand, there is a kind of deterrent, if you want, of the attention towards the Middle East and the Gulf countries, concerns about the straits and the prices of oil and gas, as well as the supply chain through the Hormuz Straits. But at the same time, it gave Ukraine cards to play with its capacity, anti-drone capacities in the Gulf countries, as well as a renewed interest from existing EU policies and initiatives. I will try to quote here a EU strategic approach on the Black Sea region, Eastern Partnership, Global Gateway, Black Sea Synergy, EU Maritime Security Strategy, Danube Strategy, EU Black Sea Common Maritime Agenda, Black Sea Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, which, as you know, that's the way that Europe is dealing with rounding the corners and moving ahead. It begins to produce substance and moving things ahead. As I was telling you, US has its own consistent project with its anti-ballistic missile shield in Deveselu, and as well as the projection of force, the military command facilities in Mihail Kogalniceanu first and foremost, and also base 19 near Bucharest. All of these shown in the last period the need of a military enforcement for defense, for anti-ballistic eventual hits, and it has been proved. The Aegis Ashore proved very consistent with the attempt of hitting Turkey, as you know, 3 times, and the intervention of NATO, aka destroyers, US destroyers in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. It puts this emphasis and re-engages US at a different level, because we need this international presence and reassurance, and as soon as the possibility of the war will welcome the access via the straits, these types of NATO missions should be put once again in place. My third point is about the strategic partnership between Romania and Ukraine, which created a new environment, and it adds to the other strategic build-up that we have done in the region for years. As you know, it's an important part. It comes with 3 documents signed in Bucharest and are completing the strategic landscape of the wider Black Sea region. As you know, Romania has a strategic partnership with Turkey, one with Poland. The trilateral Romania, Poland, Turkey is present, and we are trying to raise up the level at the level of the Prime Minister presidents. And at the same time, we is involved in the Black Sea region, and then EU is making in the region. In such a framework, the 3 instruments that have been signed in Bucharest are very much timely. It is about energy and energy interconnections, especially in the evolutions that we've seen this winter, one of the hardest winter for the Ukrainian population. It is about the military common production and transfer of technologies, which happens and evolved Romania from the first moments of the war. And at the same time, it is a full and in-depth strategic partnership with all the layers. I mean, defense, security is a strategic and security field, then economy, trade, energy, and Ukraine-EU accession, as well as the people-to-people research, technology, academia. So a full strategic partnership environment was established. In this strategic partnership, and it is mentioned as such, it is involving the relationship and this tandem, this bilateral effort of Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova to join NATO, to join the EU, to open the negotiations. It includes, and this is also to say that our trilateral Romania, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova is also very. We will see the next steps next month. And also the aim is to reach the level of the president. As you know, we did have this trilateral 1997 in times of Emil Constantinescu, I think it was. So this is a framework that establishes the strategic basis for tackling security in our very region, and for sure the security in the wider Black Sea region. Sorry to be a little bit long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your understanding that the time frame is a very important issue, and we have 15 minutes for questions, and we will now move to the questions and answers part. Dear audience, if you have questions yourself, and mention to whom is addressed your questions.
My name is Professor Ahmet Turan Özdemir. I am the CEO of Aspilsan Enerji from Turkey. And as distinguished speakers talk about the infrastructures, especially energy infrastructures. So too many infrastructure of energy are losers. And one of distinguished speakers talk about there are new possibilities for drones after Iranian war. So I wonder what's your plan for new energy infrastructure and new generation power supplies, batteries, lithium technologies. So I wonder this kind of roadmap of the Black Sea region. Thank you.
Okay. Not really a specialist on this type of infrastructure. You have here the Secretary General of the BSEC, who is more into that part and should assume that part of the issue. But what I can tell you is, at the level of our trilateral and the support for Republic of Moldova and Ukraine, it did happen from the first moment. Remember that both clearly at the trials in March, they stayed here from that point on. It was supposed to have two trials to are working, one in March, one in the autumn. but it didn't happen because the facts was there, and that's a proof that integration worked. Nowadays, the most important part, and even in the times I served in the government, most important part was to support Ukraine in its capacity of production, since they were targeted, and they are still targeted by the Russian Federation. I'm not forgetting the fact that this is a crime, a war crime, because energy supplies are not having any point into the development of the war in the first lines. And in that area, it needed a lot of support coming from the European Union and coming from the neighbor states, first and foremost, my country included, Poland included. Republic of Moldova has also its share in supporting Ukraine. At some times, we needed to cover both of our neighbors, so at least the domestic needs of Republic of Moldova and those of Ukraine. And in that area, you have a number of interconnection on the way of being produced or on the way of being developed. The Chișinău is ending the circle so they can transfer energy. It's the northern part to Balti, and also the capacities for gas, as you know, are put in stage, included by our Westmold alternative supply gas from the west. In that area, I'm quite sure that specialists in energy could fill you with more details. If it is possible, you can address this, and you have a number of partners in Romania that will be able to assist, to help, and even cooperate with you if you do have ideas in that respect.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mija, you want to add something?
In the Republic of Moldova, unfortunately, we learned a painful lesson. And the first lesson is never put asymmetrical dependence in one source. And the formula was created after the huge crisis in 70s. People already tend to forget, but after 70 was created World Bank, IMF, and other, just to balance this elasticity of crisis. And this crisis it will be all our interconnections to the European system, and thanks you for the government of Romania in helping us. Plus, we made an agreement with the post exercise, apart from crisis management exercise of disaster relief operations. In the future, you will see it, and the European Union started, and we participated, a crisis management on everything, including energy, because energetic sector on the world scale should have contingency, backups, etc., thinking from not idealistic point of view, but for elements which potentially can happen, but we need to be prepared for this. And now Middle East and Ukraine, it's another example how we are not prepared. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If I may also, there are many aspects of your question, but I would try to focus on the importance of the protection of energy infrastructure. And there, I will raise two things. As I mentioned, of course, we are very much supportive of the efforts to bring this war to an end through a negotiated settlement. Of course, we are hosting the direct talks, or we are supporting the talks elsewhere. But in the meantime, we are also, together with the United Nations, working on a possibility of a limited and temporary ceasefire, which might ensure the cessation of attacks against energy infrastructure and the port facilities. We were very close to an agreement at the end of 2024. It didn't work out then, but I think it is still quite important for us to continue working on that particular project, given that, of course, this winter particularly was very much difficult for Ukraine because of Russia's indiscriminate attacks on all sorts of energy infrastructure. So that is one. And the second thing is, of course, I mentioned the MCM task force, which was designed for countering the drifting mines. But now, Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey has agreed to expand the scope of cooperation within this framework to also include the protection of critical undersea infrastructure. including, of course, the energy infrastructure, both undersea but also over the sea in the Black Sea as well. And then when you think of it, of course, it's easier said than done, protection of critical undersea infrastructure. It requires a lot of thinking and situational awareness of the environment itself. And when it comes to that, I just would like to remind you that more than 75% of the recognized air and maritime picture of the Black Sea region comes from Turkey to the alliance in NATO. So I think that's a big asset, but we also have a large drone capability in order to, help our efforts to protect this critical undersea infrastructure. Because, luckily, we have been one of the first countries in the whole world to invest in drone technology. And that's why we now have more than, 65% of the armed drone trade in the whole world goes through Turkish companies. But of course, we are now also a leading country in counter-drone technologies as well. And I think Ukraine and Turkey are the two leading countries when it comes to drone and counter-drone technologies, and not only our own bilateral cooperation, but I think we have to make it more regional and also as well.
Very much. Any others? Oh, sorry. Yes.
It seems that that was a great question, as every one of us seems eager to intervene. You asked about the future energy infrastructure roadmap and energy in general. Here's in the Black Sea production of energy, which you very well know that Romania is doing. We are about to become the largest producers in the European Union of natural gas. Here, my colleague from Turkey already presented the importance of defending this critical infrastructure, but I think that what we need to continue doing is get our own domestic gas. Second, and very much related, is the interconnectivity, because this is a gas that is not only going to Romania, but what we would like to do is support the whole region, including Ukraine, Bulgaria, the Republic of Moldova, of course. So that brings me to my second idea, which is interconnectivity. And here there are a lot of projects that are undergoing in order to connect the region. I don't know, the vertical corridor, the interconnections of the energy high power lines that we are building, also with the support of our European partners, for example, for the Republic of Moldova. So that's a two-way production of energy, of course, with the protection of critical infrastructure, and then interconnectivity in the region from north to south and east to west. And here again, the Black Sea proves to be the center of these future interconnections. Thank you very much.
Yes, small remark. If I may, small remark concerning this. This war clearly shows us this real picture of energy issue. Russia used it, as Valery said, all kind of tools as in case of war. Energy is the second after military operations, etc. You can see they destroyed our energy sector, etc. And through that to push people of Ukraine to accept capitulation. That's why for future, probably price of oil, gas, it will be not so important. More important is trust of suppliers, etc. Because now Russia, through previous year, created artificial system when some countries depended from cheap gas and oil, and through this dependence, behavior of this country was not so good. That's why we need to consider this interdependence, that interconnectivity of this is very important issue when we trust each other. And Ukraine ready to play crucial role in this because we have huge storages for gas in Ukrainian territory, and we are ready to share our capacities. That's why this new policy.
Thank you very much. I think that we try to discuss main conclusion remarks. Don't allow us that practically all speakers mention today the importance of the dialogue, diplomacy, platforms, and cooperation for the maintaining security and resilience in the so many escalation, conflicts, wars, and destructive trends in the security agenda. The also very important issue is the position of the Russian Federation, Russian war against Ukraine and aggressive actions in the region, how to resist, how to protect yourself. These questions remains open for the Black Sea region countries. Defense capabilities, important issue for all the countries, and capability to resist to the hybrid threats and so the Black Sea region and functionality of the Black Sea corridor. So we have mind of think or think of mind much, and this panel is closed.
Thank you very much to the panelists and to the moderator. And we take now a 5-minute short break, so please don't leave very far.
Dear participants, we'll start in 1 minute, so you're kindly invited to take your seats in the hall, please.
Sorry for making you wait.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julian Groza. I'm director of the Institute for European Policies and Reforms. And we are honored to partner today with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Moldova, Minister of Defense of Moldova, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine and Defense in organizing this honor to me to bridge the work we do at the Security Conference. I see also this conference in a way bridging in the efforts in the regional discussions and debates on security, focusing on maritime security. Very soon in Bucharest there will be a new edition of the Balkan and Black Sea Security Forum. So really hope today with these distinguished panelists we dive in the next 45 minutes. I must admit it's quite a challenge to try to squeeze so important topic like maritime security and corridors into 45 minutes, but I'll try to do my best, and I'll be helped by our distinguished panelists that I will introduce. Is Velizar Shalamanov, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria, Lasha Darsilia, Deputy Foreign Minister of Georgia, Manfred Seitz, Director General of Secretariat of the Danube Commission, Evhen Demchenko, Officer of the Ukrainian Navy, Yulia Sirko, Deputy Head of the Infrastructure and Transport Committee in the Parliament, Jurok Isik, he will join us online. He's a geopolitical analyst, participant of the first international conference in Crimea Global, and Professor Boris Babin, professor at the National University of Kyiv Aviation Institute. So this is the lineup. Before giving the floor to Evhen, I'd like to start with Evhen, but before doing that, since Russia's full-scale invasion against Ukraine, the Black Sea has evolved into a highly contested security environment. Maritime routes have been disrupted, ports targeted, and commercial navigation exposed to significant risks. And these developments have had direct global consequences, particularly for grain exports and food security. In response, the establishment of the Black Sea corridor has demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability. It has allowed Ukraine to continue exports despite ongoing threats, but it remains a fragile mechanism operating under constant pressure. So we have 3 questions for this panel: how to ensure sustainability and predictability for the maritime routes, how to enhance cooperation among Black Sea states and partners, and how to translate current experience into future crisis response mechanisms. To assess the effectiveness of the Black Sea corridor in sustaining Ukraine exports and global food security under ongoing security threats. And please, colleagues, we'll have a presentation from Evhen, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to participate in such a great event. And I'm really elated to share with you, to be here first and share with you this vibe of unwavering support of Ukraine in its struggle against full-scale, brutal aggression of Russian Federation. So the question is how to evaluate the effectiveness. First of all, we will do it together. I'm not going to evaluate myself, and we will evaluate together. But to do this, we need to comprehend the scale of risks and threats Ukraine face. I won't be long. I understand the time limitations, so I will try to be as brief as I can. So here you can see the variety of threats we're currently facing and to the grain corridor actually, starting with aerial assets, which are, by the way, developing constantly. Those assets, let's take drones, we faced in 2022. They became obsolete in several months. So today the assets are completely new and continue developing. You can see the general of them, the main of those threats which we currently resist, ensuring the security of navigation. Next slide, please. Squares are the dates of attack, and the numbers, digits in these squares, are the numbers of means. Those are missiles, drones, and others. The types of missiles you can see on the left side, and the general number. So I'm focusing here on Odessa region, so southern region of Ukraine, particularly ports and port infrastructure. So the numbers are growing, and the means, here you can see the damages, videos, and the consequences. Just one example for you. It seems to, for your understanding, how against port trying to overload our air defense systems. So I believe now you understand, of course, limitations of time does not allow me to discover more in details those threats we are currently resisting. But these pictures give you, or outline you, and provide you comparing in 2022, in August 2022, the initial grain initiative was launched with participation of United Nations, Republic of Turkey, Ukraine, and Russia. During this initiative, I will take my notes with digits. I don't remember all of them, sorry. But during this initiative, the Navy ensured security of 3,522 safe passages of vessels along the corridor. In total, was transported 32,800,000 tons of grain. Then in 2023, Russia withdrew from the initiative. But the importance and the need to provide grain for countries became a reason when the Ukrainian president and Ukrainian leadership decided to renew the grain corridor. And here you can see the results. Starting from July 2023, we, without support of United Nations, Russia, without involvement, we managed to renew transportation of food from Ukrainian ports. And the numbers demonstrate that we doubled the scale of the export of Ukrainian products. Because during the initial initiative, Russia, despite the efforts which we highly appreciate to the Republic of Turkey, despite the efforts of all sides, Russia significantly, and Ukraine continues to ensure security of navigation. So I believe I can infer that these digits show us, and Ukraine continues today to ensure security of navigation and unequivocally prove to be reliable and dependable partner who, despite the enormous pressure, continues to protect its own territory.
Very much, Evgen, for these figures. And I think it sets very well the scene for our further discussion. I'd like to move now online to Yuruk Ishik, if he's with us, just to check with technicians. Yuruk? Yeah, we see you.
Excellent.
Do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I don't see you right this moment, but I'm going to just make a very quick, I know you want to have a more interactive, so I'm going to go very fast over my slides and to show some of the activities Russians are involved in. Last 4 years mostly, but in last 14 years maybe, and depending on how you want to count. So Russia engages in many different malign activities, just not in the Black Sea, across the world really, but Black Sea and the Baltic Sea remain very, very important for Russia. This is where they launch themselves to the world. The number one in the Black Sea, obviously, is the most irritating, most frustrating for me problem has been the Russians are involved, is the industrial level of stealing of Ukraine agricultural commodities. And this issue was very well planned, and it was from the very original invasion of Crimea, not just starting in the in the last 4 years. They were involved in this, but in last 4 years, Russia carried this to a professional level, an industrial scale of transporting Ukrainian commodities. And this shows that even before the war started, they planned this, and they brought vessels, and they organized republics in the occupied territories to finance it. But the heart of this activity is right here. It's the people who know geography well. They will recognize it. This is the Sevastopol Bay, and this is the Alvita grain terminal, and Aval, and this is the very center, the nexus of the grain operation. Although again in Sevastopol, the Kamyshova Bay and the occupied field by truck, by rail to the left side of terminal, it's even connected to. But here, by just doing the regular open source activities, we can document which vessels are involved in this, and to what level of how many metric tons, how many millions of metric tons of grain has been transported from here. We can say that in a conservative millions of metric tons of grain from Ukraine that will have a great market value. And as I said, like from here, identify and eventually, because there is a choke point here that the ships have to transit Zait, and here we see exactly the same number of cranes. The vessel is gone. Usually the vessels move the stolen grain to the eastern Mediterranean. It even helps to identify the companies. For example, here they are wearing the company jackets, so these we even need to do the open source work due to the Istanbul's natural beauties. The ships are passing so close to the residential areas, you can literally see it even without a good camera and just an iPhone. You can capture this. But the next slide, moving very fast, is to the world, and this is the port of Tartus. These are the southern piers. So there is almost as much as piers to the north of this image, if the image continued, and to the very on the top north end was the Russian naval base, which still exists in some form and not as active as obviously it used to be after the regime change in Syria. But here we can see the same vessel we just saw, Mil Nenashev, is unloaded here in the middle pier, and we can here come closer. And we can see here the facilities are a little bit more primitive, but there are smaller cranes, and all the trucks are waiting to load. And from here, it got distributed to the eastern Syria, even to the western Iraq, and a lot of we see somehow from the Chekhov trucks, etc., all the way to Lebanon. The grain has been stolen. Grain has been distributed from here. Again, I'm showing this that Russia is also used there. It's a vessel that is owned by Trans, which is a company very close to the Kremlin that is is used on the railroads, etc., to assist the Russian in many different places and see where the crane positions are and the length of the vessel, and it's going. In this case, later on, it goes. That vessel went to first Syria, but it goes all the way to Iran. This is Bandar Khomeini at the very north end of the Persian Gulf. And so this is not just a regional thing. Again, this is probably a bartering trade. And some of the, in an extremely frustrating way, some of the weapons used by Iran is probably getting bartered. Destinations are far variety. This is far, far away at the, bottom of the Red Sea. is the Houthi-controlled areas of the Yemen. This is the port of Al Salif. And here, if you can see my mouse, it's just, this is the vessel Irtish. It carried grain all the way here to from occupied Sevastopol, from the same terminal we were watching before. And the events happening around the world, it is all getting launched from Black Sea. So that's why, again, these examples continue. This is not just a regional conflict happening in the Black Sea. What happens in the Black Sea affects the world. For example, here, far, far away in a different part of the world, in the Western Hemisphere, it's the Pirates of the Caribbean land. This is the Caribbean Sea. It's the West Indies. We see next to the island of Santa Lucia. This ship is getting lots of attention right now. It's a Hong Kong flag nation. We don't know where it's exactly going. But until now, everybody was watching this ship because the ship was a Russian assistance to Cuba. And so we didn't know, first of all, what kind of product this tanker is carrying. But like with the marine traffic, like just from your iPhone, marine trafficking apps, we see one of the most notorious ship-to-ship areas in the Mediterranean. It's the Cypriot waters, southern Cyprus waters, south of Limassol. This ship is making what it's called in the industry, it's called ship-to-ship. So two ships come side by side on the water, and they're involved in a dangerous activity of transferring cargo from one ship to the other. So we see here the Seahorse is receiving cargo from another vessel called E-Pioneer. And where you think that E-Pioneer was coming from? It was coming from Black Sea. Here it's on the December 12th, several weeks earlier. It's carrying 200,000 barrels of Russian gas oil from Sheshkarish terminal in Novorossiysk. So, Russians are using their activities from the Black Sea to extend and assist their foreign policy around the world, really. Russians also, one of the most malign activities they involved is using the civilian vessels for the armed forces operations. Here is a vessel that was purchased actually from Greece without any control, any export control by Greece, unfortunately. In the Greek maritime shipping industry, people remain very, very close to Russia, even to this day. And so this vessel used to work between Greek islands, but Russia purchased it in the early stages of the war when the bridge was not fully open yet, and then afterwards when the to other countries. Some of them are legitimate arms exports, technically legitimate between two sovereign nations, or otherwise assisting Russian armed forces or Russian paramilitary forces in different parts of the world. And also, this kind of ro-ros are used for assisting all kinds of Russian trade to bypass the Europeans, other white goods, etc. And this is the western pier of the same terminal here. Unfortunately, the Russians successfully connected with the rail load to the newly occupied territories inside. And they are exporting other, exactly what it is, I couldn't really figure out. It could be fertilizer, it could be other metal scrap and this kind of products, but this was a Chinese vessel, and it was exposed in an FT investigation we conducted, and the Chinese vessel immediately ran away past the Suez and went back to Asian routes, left the Mediterranean. Until then, it was working, but it was spoofing when it was loading here, claiming that it was in Port Kafkas, but the satellite pictures don't lie, although the vessels and some of them are Sovcom float vessels registered under different jurisdictions. And this activity continues full speed, and they usually violate any kind of spirit of any kind of IMO rules. The names change all the time, the flags change all the time. It's almost hard, it's a very common phenomenon. A tanker will enter to the Black Sea with one name and one flag, and by the time it loads it, it exits from the Black Sea towards Mediterranean under a different flag, under a different name. Some of these name changes are real, and some of the name changes are fake. And there is even double fake. There is jurisdictions and the flags that literally don't exist, and they're not even, which is a UN body that does this. So, there has been a carousel of the changes of flags. This is a former Sovcom float vessel, which is Russia's pride and one of the world's biggest. But now the events change so much, and with the developments in Washington, etc., some of these tankers and some of the success maritime actions like European partners, like Swedes and French, they've been, jurisdiction. And
Jurok,
there's been
Jurok,
a lot of.
I think we
will
have
stop.
enough evidence already for
Okay.
this shadow leave. Just
Okay,
to give
then
some time.
I will say last 30 seconds then. Then what to be careful is in the future, I will say one is in the Zaliv shipyard near Kerch. It is a very dangerous. The satellite pictures show that the Project 23900, Ivan Rogov, the amphibious assault, this vessel is completed. This will be very, very dangerous vessel situation. The other thing is the Ochamchara base. Russians are being continuously improving this base. So all the way in Eastern Mediterranean, thanks to Ukraine's really, one day it will be taught in the maritime academies and the naval institutes, successful Black Sea interjections. This Russia moved all the way to the east. So it's the trade coming from Caspian and passing from the Volga Don into the Black Sea. You know, this is the route that how the Iran trade is done, how some of the shahids and other things are transported to Russia. This is a very important route. It's harder to watch. One hand with the positive, it's the Turkish initiative, and with the Bulgarian and Romanian, it's the regional ownership by NATO, the mine, counter mine measures group that is one hopeful thing, and this is a key way that to guarantee that the trade routes to a maritime trade.
Look, thank you very much for this extensive evidence and matching the picture that Heaven has provided. Now, still we have a lineup of panelists to intervene. I'll continue with Velizar, please. If you can describe it, and Europe mentioned about the role of Bulgaria and Romania. What role can EU and NATO, as member states on the Black Sea region, can play in ensuring more predictability and security for the routes? Velizar.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's really a very important platform for cooperation in the Black Sea region. Me representing Bulgaria, I could say we are privileged because we are for many years members of NATO and EU. We have excellent relations with our neighbors, with Turkey, strategic partnership with Romania, joint military facilities with US. So it's really very positive environment. But of course, we share all the concerns of littoral states, and our focus right now is really support to Ukraine because they are defending our region from the aggression of Moldova and Ukraine in EU, and strengthening cooperation with NATO. And I will give some examples. It was mentioned several times, but the Mine Countermeasures Task Force is one of the most effective examples of regional cooperation among the NATO countries with real capabilities that is providing freedom of navigation, at least in our territorial waters. But of course, we have to work further to secure the part of this route on the Ukrainian side to be able to extend this protection to Odessa and to other ports, including Delta of Danube, that is important corridor for trade as well. On the EU side, as it was mentioned again, this strategic approach of EU to the Black Sea is giving additional opportunities, starting with Bulgaria and Romania, but immediately after that engaging with our neighbors Turkey and Moldova and Ukraine, to use all the instruments for more civil aspects of security and resilience. And we as country are ready to contribute, working currently on a joint concept with Romania to be presented in European Commission to set up really network organization based on real capabilities when it comes to early warning, to environmental security, really protecting our countries from hybrid threats, including disinformation, information manipulation, civilian crisis management, And we as country are ready to contribute with capability that was built in the framework of NATO, this Center of Excellence for Crisis Management and Disaster Relief, where we have Romania participating. We hope that we'll be able to have colleagues from Turkey, from Moldova, from Ukraine as well. We are very proud of our Naval Academy that is contributing a lot in very close relations with colleagues in Turkey, in Ukraine, in Romania, of course, with a lot of capacity to build on this technological aspect of security and resilience. We to have information dominance, to have technology dominance, and to be very innovative in all the countermeasures to the threats coming from Russia. As a country, being part of 3C initiative and very active in Corridor 8 of European Union, actually we will host a roundtable in May about Corridor 8, and we'll see this Corridor 8 from Adriatic Sea to the Black Sea really directly related with the Black Sea Security Hub and cooperation with the countries on the Black Sea, and it is corridor to give additional alternatives as the vertical energy corridor from Turkey and Greece up to Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine. And what I want to conclude is that we have a lot of bottom-up good examples of cooperation in the region. There are several very powerful frameworks as NATO, EU, 3C initiative, and others. The real challenge is to improve the governance structure to be able to engage and to include all the countries in the region, including Georgia, and of course to provide opportunity for all these littoral states to contribute according to their capabilities, according to their priorities, but to see the synergy and this effect that is benefit for all, because and mature enough that is not something isolated. We have able to work together and to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Velislav. I know you need to leave a bit later, but please stay with us as long as you can. You mentioned that Danube, and I'd like to turn to Manfred. Where you see the bottlenecks, how the routes on Danube and the Black Sea are complementary, how they work all together. Give your perspective, please.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor. It's an honor to be able here to represent the Secretariat of the Danube Commission. And when we were listening to the presentation of Captain Timchenko, the first speaker here, it comes clear that the maritime security and freedom of navigation in the Black Sea means also freedom of navigation and security on the Danube, and it's a precondition, but we have to see the Black Sea and the Danube also as a combined transport system for the entire region. Let me come also to a few figures and the dimension of the importance of the Danube. The Danube is not only the backbone of transport in the Danube region. 100 million people, businesses are there, and also the Danube is a maritime waterway from the river seaport of Prelog to the mouth and in the Black Sea. And what we have seen that the Russians' full-scale aggression against Ukraine and the blockage of the Ukrainian seaports fundamentally changed also the strategic role of the Danube for Ukraine, because the Ukraine terminated the Black Sea Grain Initiative in July 2023. It was then the Danube with its river and seaports together with the port of Constanza that kept the Ukraine's grains moving. And the Danube port, but the people which are working in these ports, the administrations, also not only in Ukraine, particularly there, Uzbek Ukraine Support Administration, but also the counterparts and partners in Romania, such as the Romanian Waterway Administration of the BSEC, which provides and which is responsible also for the management of the Sulina Canal, the important access with the guaranteed water depths to the Black Sea. With the establishment of the Ukrainian corridor, the grain volumes then went back to the ports of Greater Odessa. Natural, grain flows like water where the least resistance is, and resistance means costs. Yeah? So the best and the most economic transport means is the sea-going vessel. The second one is the inland vessel, so that explains also why it was possible to take over so much cargo in this critical periods by the inland navigation together with the maritime vessels using the Ukrainian river seaports. And however, the Danube port stayed crucial for the import of essential goods for the economy and for the people, and that's why we also had in these ports, in the Ukrainian river seaports, 17 million of tons of cargo in 2024, and almost 9 million tons in 2025. But this was the handling, being able to handle such enormous cargo flows in an area which was not before the war, let's say, at this level of interaction, also cross-border interaction, did not come by accident. It was also supported significantly by the European Union Ukraine Solidarity Lane Action Plan, which provided the framework for cooperation of the governments of Ukraine, Romania, Moldova, and which provided also the coordination of the European Commission services. And I have the honor also to say that also the Danube Commission provided technical assistance for the European Commission, particularly DG Move, with regard to the Danube cargo flows. Unfortunately, also Russia responded by attacking the Ukrainian Danube region, the ports themselves. And we have seen this also on the map of Captain Timchenko. More than 80 military strikes since the start of the full-scale invasion have been registered, and that is also why the Danube Commission in its last session in December not only condemned the attacks on the loading facilities, the infrastructure in the ports, which also killed and injured people, but we consider them as a clear violation of the Belgrade Convention, and it is also clear that this is important that it is documented, and that's why we will also publish this attack in line with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Kyiv in a very short period of time. Let me say one last word with regard to this experience. It comes clear that a contingency planning is essential for maintaining a resilient and also multi-route logistic architecture for the transport system, because this is then the guarantee that it does not collapse when a single corridor is disrupted. And I think here it comes that we have to look beyond the war. The Danube, I'm pretty sure, will play a central role in industrial plants, energy infrastructure. The Danube will be unmatched in this scenario because a single Danube convoy can replace 350 rail wagons and more than 550 trucks. So it is the capacity which will be essential for the reconstruction. So the Danube is definitely not to be seen as a competitor of the sea corridor. It's its logic partner, and it's also its insurance policy. And the question is therefore...
Thank you very much. We still have around 10 minutes, so I'm mindful of the time. I really want to get some questions from the audience, if they are. But Manfred, you mentioned about resilience and infrastructure modernization. I'd like to turn to Yulia. That's your file, right? How Ukraine is working on long-term resilience and modernization of its maritime and export infrastructure, and how can the cooperation with the EU and regional partners further strengthen to ensure more predictability?
First of all, thank you very much for hosting us here, and thank you for our Moldovan friends. We always gratitude to you and also to all countries, to Bulgaria, Romania, and other countries presented in this hall, in this conference for the hosting Ukrainian refugees, which started 2022, million of Ukrainians in your countries, and very for helping of our refugees as well as military and other help. So that's a good example. We can build a new proper European Union, member of NATO. We are basically eastern flank of NATO now. Yeah, we have the biggest army in Europe. It's over 1 million people. We have probably the most modern technologies, and you can see it in the Black Sea because we didn't have fleet at all, but somehow we destroyed 35% of Russian fleet. And now Russians are not coming to our borders and shores and coastal area because they simply don't have enough fleet to come and to have military or any kind of other operations. So we as Ukraine can bring what needed in a modern war and a modern peace. And all of you have another advantages and possibilities, and only together we can reach what we can have. But because I honestly have two news for you. One is that there will be no World War III, but there is already a global war. If you will see on a scale and size how many countries involved in the conflicts around the world, you will see that only, I think, around 20 countries already involved in military conflicts, and around 50 countries indirectly involved. So it's 30% of all countries around the world. So it's already global war. And to survive in this global war, we can do only all together. To do joint maritime coordination center, either in Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, it doesn't matter. Then infrastructure. You can see that actually European Union are not ready for the military mobility. So the average number of days to transport through Europe military equipment is 45 days. For 45 days, Russia can take half of Europe. Honestly, I don't want to be a bad policeman, but unfortunately this is the truth. And we can see that what we have in the Black Sea now, it's copy-paste in Iranian war. So Iran using drones, Shaheds drones we have in Ukraine. Iran using sea drones in the Hormuz Strait. Iran using mining as Russians using it in the Black Sea. So Black Sea battlefield became a modern scenario, modern theater for the next conflicts, maritime conflicts. In the Gulf, in the Pacific, in other regions. So it's not only about we surviving or fighting in our region. So the Black Sea already is such a big scene and theater, so, and we can keep security, food security, because only Ukraine feeding 400 million people around the world, mostly in low-income African and Asian countries. And this is also, food security means immigration security. Because these hungry people will not go to Europe or any other around the world. They will stay in their countries. It's very important for the global security. And as well as we as a country who unfortunately by their experience, by blood, went through and got new technologies, we can help other countries in our region to implement these technologies, to implement modern war, and to help to sustain in the Black Sea, and not only in the Black Sea. Honestly, we don't know where the next conflict will start. We see Belarusian, I am ending, Belarusian training on the Polish border and many other regions. So the only way how we can do it, military centers, by, I don't know, drone excellence center, etc., etc. So there are a lot of ways how we can do it, but the main message, we can do it only together. We have experience, you have a big European Union, which should be powerful, and we have relied, unfortunately, at this point of time, we have relied on ourselves. Nobody will help us, neither US nor any other countries. So we have to build our own security on our region and start it now, because this is not Ukrainian war. This is global war at this point of time already. Thank you.
Take them up, I think, of the perspective from Kyiv. Now, we still have about 7 minutes, and I really want to go into a perspective from Lasha first, and then Boris, if I may. Georgia is another littoral state of Black Sea. How do you see the cooperation among the littoral states being strengthened, and particularly given the security environment across the region? Where do you see Georgia playing an active role?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has fundamentally transformed the security landscape of the Black Sea region. The continued conflict has not only changed the military balance, but has also generated new threats that affect regional stability and international security. Current aggressive posture of Russia in the Black Sea region should not be seen as a temporary deviation, but rather as part of the deliberate and long-standing strategic approach. Its roots precedes 2014 and reflect a consistent intent to undermine the sovereignty and security of neighboring states. Georgia experienced this firsthand in 2008 when 2 of its regions were occupied, and even before, in the 90s, when Russia triggered conflicts in Abkhazia and Khyv Valley region. Georgia's experience clearly demonstrates that hybrid warfare is not a new phenomenon, but rather a sustained pattern of behavior. Armed hostilities in the Abkhazia and Khyv Valley regions in the early 90s were orchestrated with direct Russian involvement, including the use of irregular forces without identification insignia. Dear colleagues, understanding these challenges in the past enable the consolidation of influence and the expansion of coercive capabilities, transforming a regional concern into a wider transatlantic security challenge. Russia's war was fundamentally reshaped strategic landscape of the Black Sea region. As a result, both the countries of the region, as well as the European Union and NATO, have reassessed their approaches to regional security. There is no doubt that the Black Sea region constitutes an indispensable part of Europe's security. Recent developments in the Black Sea region have directly influenced both NATO's deterrence posture and the overall stability of the wider Euro-Atlantic area. For Georgia, a secure and stable Black Sea region is essential not only for regional security but also for safeguarding critical connectivity corridors linking Europe and Asia. In this context, Georgia's cooperation with NATO remains a key pillar of strengthening regional resilience and security. Georgia, as an aspirant country of NATO, has proved that it is not only a consumer but also a contributor to common Euro-Atlantic security. Dear colleagues, excellencies, at the same time, it is key to highlight that Black Sea region itself remains a vital crossroads connecting Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, a place where history, culture, and trade, geopolitics, and civilizations. For Georgia, the Black Sea has always been a region of strategic significance. Maritime routes across the Black Sea are critically important for the transportation of energy resources to Europe and beyond. Georgia's vision, Black Sea's geopolitical importance extends far beyond our national perspectives. It is a critical artery for global trade, facilitating the flow of energy, goods, and services. Any disruption to freedom of navigation in this region carries far-reaching consequences for the global economy and energy security. Distinguished attendees, given these evolving challenges, regional actors must adopt their strategies in several important ways. First, strengthening regional security cooperation is essential. Countries surrounding the Black Sea should enhance coordination in maritime surveillance, intelligence sharing, and defense planning. Cooperation between NATO members, and first of all with Turkey, and regional partners can significantly strengthen deterrence and situational awareness. Second, protecting critical infrastructure must become a priority. Ports, energy systems, and digital communication networks are now vital components of national security. Strengthening the resilience of these systems will help reduce vulnerability to hybrid attacks and economic coercion. Finally, regional actors must work together to ensure the security of trade routes and supply chains. In conclusion, the war against Ukraine has introduced a new generation of threats in the Black Sea region, combining conventional military confrontation with hybrid warfare and economic disruption. It has also underscored a fundamental principle: sustainable peace and stability cannot be achieved through the normalization of occupation. For Georgia, this directly affects the occupation, non-recognition, and the long-term balance of power in the Black Sea, and this is not an abstract concern. The peaceful resolution of territorial integrity, the occupation, and non-recognition of Russia's occupation remain core priorities of the government of Georgia. The lessons are therefore clear. Security today is defined not only by military strength, but also by resilience, cooperation, and the ability to respond to complex and interconnected threats. The future stability of the Black Sea region will depend on how effectively regional actors, together with international partners, collectively to build a secure, stable, and resilient region. Thank you.
Thank you, Lasha. Boris, now, thank you for your passions. Today, international law, international order is being challenged, but we will all come back to law, international law. From your perspective, what should be, what are the existing instruments, and what should be new instruments to better protect the freedom of navigation in the conflict zone?
Thank you for your question. And first of all, I want to thank all participating states and for participation in this conference, and want to give special thanks to Republic of Moldova for such possibility. Last time I participated in so high-level conference in Chișinău 20 years ago, and we discussed the issues of state terrorism in common practice, and in that time when we spoke about Russians in Transnistria, or for example Russian special troops located in Crimea in Black Sea Fleet as state terrorists, it was a bit surpriseful for even Moldovan and of course other state participants. But now we see that those issues, even before the aggression to Georgia and much before the attempted annexation of Crimea, was a provision on modern reality. And when we speak about state terrorism, let me remind that all well-known Wagner has own naval base in Crimea till 2023 in Sevastopol and Perseus, so-called ship repair plant. In this framework, Russians talks and fakes about energetic supply by tube via the Black Sea to Turkey, and for example, they are not so hybrid, even direct terroristic threats to Danube navigation, not even in the lower Danube when we see ongoing attacks by drones and other tools of war, but by terroristic attacks on the high Danube to block the European navigation. And all of this Green Deal when we spoke today. As for me, as a lawyer, it was extremely unknown what it was. Anyway, we see that only armored forces of Ukraine, forces of defense of Ukraine make it work after Russian provocations, after Russian unilaterally stopped to executing this deal. And of course, we're grateful for the Turkey for the kindly possibility to make this negotiation presented here could not make influence to Russia when they violated the so-called agreement they signed. That is a challenge for international law. And we speak today about the possible common negotiation on the solving of the conflict and stopping Russian aggression. Let me remind you about the Green Deal. Any modern peace deal, as we hear a lot, could repeat the destiny of the Green Deal. And the only issue to stop the Russian aggression, as heroes of George Martin say, it's not a silver, it's an iron. Sanctions are not so effective as sanitary sanctions established by Ukraine against Russia, as we may see this in Russian ports for this night in Primorsk. It's not in Crimea now. It is somewhere near shores of Georgia, near shores of Caucasus, but Russia develops drone policies. It is not only the drones that attacks every night Ukrainian cities and fall to Moldovans' villages and cities. that fly from Crimea. It's also naval drones that give directly to all Black Sea states. And much more dangerous are the threats of artificial intelligence developed in Crimea as in gray zone. And we are well aware of it that not only Russians are participating there, but also the participants of other states, as the crime is a gray zone over there any control of any civil intelligence. As the reactions of democratic states effective on these issues? Let me be in some doubles. I may remind you the catastrophe that happened near the Crimean shores that was not even directly tied with maritime activities, naval activities, but it was a part of Russian tanker oil fleet when two Volga-Neft tankers sank 2 years ago. It was ecological catastrophe against Black Sea environment not seen by centuries. 8,000 tons of fuel oil is still in the Black Sea. Was it any reaction of any Black Sea state except of Ukraine? Was it any reaction of international bodies? Was any maritime policy reviewed? No. Why it is so? And the answer on this issue may be connected with the common challenges of Black Sea and other Russian tank and fleet. When we speak about Russian tank and fleet, as usual, we speak about offshore zones, hidden owners, etc., etc. But let me remind that many European companies as steep give crewing services to these tankers. Let me remind the many European insurers and other maritime structures have direct cooperation with structures. I am not even speaking about illegal direct trade that Mr. Ishuk reported with Crimean port that is direct violation of the international law. Of course, not everything is so bad, and for example, I may welcome the decision of the Danube Commission of the Register of Damage for the Lower Danube that was adopted by the resolution. I think it is a crucial step, and I think it's not important for Ukraine only, but also for Moldova, as Lower Danube is connected with Moldova, with Romania, Bulgaria, and other states. As the damage caused by ship owners by the trade for all Danube states may be calculated and may be part on the table. I think it is issue of good international institutionalization to make this register work, to make relevant numbers prepared for the next real negotiations with Russia or the states that will be after Russia to the east of Ukraine. And to be balanced, I also give some maybe formal recommendations that I repeat in any forum of the Crimea Platform last year. First of all, I want to wish to enforce the legal institutionalization of this forum regarding the modern international legal practices, and with a special recommendation to government of Ukraine to finalize the legalization of Majlis of Crimean Tatar people without any additional demands and conditions. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Boris. Thank you. Our time is almost out, or we have passed all overdue already. But with Loredana's acceptance, I'll just turn to the audience and ask if there is anyone, burning question that you still want to ask the panelists. Yes, just one. Yeah, please. Introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, dear representatives. I'm addressing to your personas with such a question regarding diplomacy in the Black Sea region. I have noted it priorly if it's not a problem. Given the European Union 2025 strategic approach to shift from a reactive to a geopolitical posture, how can the region move beyond the unfunctional fragmentation of overlapping initiatives like the Black Sea Synergy and the Eastern Partnership, specifically for a functional 2026 framework, as today we already find ourselves on March 2026? How will the new Black Sea Maritime Security Hub resolve the funding stream dilemma to provide the hard security and demining capabilities that the littoral states require without being diluted by the broader European diplomatic structure? Thank you very much.
Could you introduce yourself once again?
The
Introduce yourself.
I'm sorry. I am Laurențiu Furdui, a student from the Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who wants to pick up the question? Please.
I have a very short answer. I think the right way is stop talking, start doing. This is the only way how we can start prepare and that's, start doing, join missions, join centers, join the mining, etc., etc. As soon as it is only talking, we have no chance to survive in a modern war. I'm sorry, maybe I'm too rude, but this is true.
And
Thank you.
also, shortly, this short idea about the issues of European Union policy regarding challenges we discussed today. This is a sanction policy established by the European Union against the Russian aggression, including maritime one. But when we see about 20th package of sanctions, it was not adopted. Some issues about sanction policies that are discussing are still on table. For example, sanctions against oil terminals in some countries, including Black Sea countries. And also we see the situation else. We may point it that some act of European Union legislation were used by the Russian ship owners to circumvent sanctions. And this all should be discussed not only in direct and short framework of sanction policy, but in the broader issues of the sustainable development of the European security under the European Union umbrella regarding the strategies you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Boris. Anyone else? Just briefly. One step, one concrete priority in the next 12 months, what should be done to ensure maritime security? Just 1-2 words.
To ensure maritime security for the future, we should be full of determination and readiness to provide this security and to protect this security.
Thank you. And I think I think on that note we can end.
I think to ensure the maritime security, we should not forget about the issues of maritime safety. Shadow fleet issues are not violating the maritime security, but maritime safety also. I may give you the direct example of Russian classification societies issuing fake documents. I may give you an example of reflagration of fleet, including Black Sea fleet. All these challenges are not only against the Ukraine or against the civilized nation presented here. It is also against the maritime safety, and we may discuss it on the global forums like ILO and IMO. Thank you.
Thank you, Boris.
One comment on crude oil on the shadow tanks than before that. So 56 million tons went through the Black Sea. It's 20% of all crude oil extracted in Russia. So we are talking about the huge shadow fleet. It's going on our shores, next to your shores mostly, because they are not ready to come closer to Ukraine, and it's still tolerated by all countries with the fake documents, with completely unsafe vessels. Because if this vessel will be destroyed or will happen something to the shadow fleet next to Turkey shores, it means there is no, for example, tourism on these shores, etc. So it's also very, very dangerous because it's old vessels, not very well maintained. So the kind of destruction will also bring problems in economic of the countries around in the Black Sea. So I urge you to stop tolerating shadow fleet of Russia going through the Black Sea.
Thank you, Yulia. Thank you very much. And as always, as the discussion becomes more heated, more interesting, we have to end. And I have two news, one bad one and one good one. The bad news, I failed to manage the time as a moderator. But the good news is I think we had enough very good ideas and remarks from this distinguished panel. And if you agree with me, please join me in thanking all of them. Thank you. Thank you. We will have Loredana, please.
Very much to everyone. Thank you for accepting this challenge to discuss in 45 minutes. And now we would like to invite you for a lunch break that will be served right outside this room. And it will be 50 minutes, 45 minutes. Let's try, see what we manage. Thank you very much. To invite Dr. Daniel Vode, Associate Expert in Foreign Policy and Strategic Communication at the Institute for European Policies and Reform, to moderate our third panel, the strategic importance of Black Sea security as a foundation of European maritime strategy and a key element of European security architecture.
Thank you so much, Loredana. Thank you so much for the minute. I think, ladies and gentlemen, it's hardest panel because it's after lunch. So we will have to be very engaging with the participants who are here at the Palace of the Republic, as well as those who are following online this session. As Loredana already pointed out, the topic is clear. It is the third edition of the Black Sea Security Conference of the International Crimea Platform. And before we jump into introducing the distinguished panelists who are present here, I just wanted to make some general comments from my observations of this event today, and also as a starter for our conversation. So let me start with a simple observation, which is that the Black Sea is no longer a periphery. It is a front line of European security, as we all are aware. What happens here does not stay only here. It shapes energy flows, it shapes food security, trade corridors, as well as increasingly the credibility of Europe to have the ability to act as a geopolitical actor. That's the perspective we are gathering. We are witnessing a shift due to Russia's brutal aggression against its neighbor, that this once place of cooperation, we feel the spirit of contestation. From connectivity, we see vulnerabilities, and also from stability to manage risks, which all of us are assessing throughout this event today too. So basically, if the Baltic Sea was once Europe's strategic laboratory, as it was called, but I want to hear more today from the colleagues who know it more, the Black Sea has become its stress test. And I really want to emphasize this component of being a stress test with my panelists today. And perhaps the uncomfortable truth, which is behind all this, is that we don't lack strategies. There are so many of them, and we also have identified that matter. What we lack is speed, coordination, and also operational trust, as I could hear earlier from the other panelists too. This is exactly why this conversation matters, and ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege to be having 7 highly experienced speakers. I will be very strict on time, since we have to follow it through. And I will be at the same time very generous on the substance, because I appeal to your high experience in all the respective fields. My goal is simple today, also to help you, the audience, and also who are watching the event online, to have less description and more diagnosis on what is happening here, and ideally as many actionable ideas from this panel, so it can be used and can be of good use for everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's not admire the problems we are all aware of and we all know, but rather make a brainy session. Before that, I will just quickly go and introduce the speakers. So it's His Excellency Lazar Comănescu, Ambassador, Secretary General of the Permanent International Secretariat of the Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. Thank you, Ambassador, for joining. It's Sergiu Deaconu. He is a General Director of the National Crisis Management Center. It's also Vitalia Mâța, State Secretary, Ministry of Energy of the Republic of Moldova. It's also Altai Efendiev, Secretary General of the Organization for Democracy and Economic Development. We have also online connected with us Pierre Carlos Sandei, Senior Program Officer at UNEP in Ukraine. We have here present in Chișinău Juha Lehtinen, Pool Secretary, Chief of the Readiness Maritime Transport Pool, Finnish Ship Owners Association. Welcome to this panel. And we have last but not least, which makes this not all-male panel, Vanya Petrova, Senior Analyst in the Geoeconomics Program at the Center for the Study of Democracy. So, without further ado, I would like to start with a single question, and I want an answer from each of you on this, if you can keep it as short as possible. What is the single most urgent vulnerability in the Black Sea region today, as you see it? I will start with you, Ambassador Comănescu.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Deacon and dear moderator. I'll try to be as brief as possible, as you rightly suggested, and I will start by picking up from one of your very important aspects you underlined, is that the Black Sea region and, well, the security in the Black Sea region is not only a challenge for this region. It has, and this is my first observation before coming to your question. The Black Sea, the security in the Black Sea has to do much more, with much more than the region. I was last week in Baku for the, it has only a very narrow track over Azerbaijan. That speaks a lot about, just one example. This is one point. Second point, when talking about security, as I said in the morning, it is important, of course, to take into account what is falling under the chapter of hard security. But we should never neglect the fact that security is a multidimensional concept. And one of the most important parts of this security is the economic security, and especially when it comes to the long term. And here is my third observation, is that when talking about security, it's important to look into what we have to do on the short term, on the current situation. But we have always to look into that from the perspective of what would happen after that. So appropriately combining long-term, short-term, medium-term with the long-term is extremely important as well. And so it's from this perspective that the organization which I have the honor to represent is looking at things when it comes to the security. We are an organization for economic security. And understandably, I hope you'll agree with me, we are focusing on the economic dimension. And coming now to your question, my answer would be the following. Under the current circumstances, the key element, the most urgent area of action is to provide for the safety of transport, trade routes, energy routes, and so on and so on. So this is, in my opinion, the most important and the urgent thing which needs to be done. And from this perspective, I would say that I very much appreciate what Turkey, together with Romania and Bulgaria, have been trying to do in order to demining at least part of the Black Sea. As I also consider that it is extremely important and welcome the development in terms of providing this green energy cable linking Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania, further on Hungary. These are concrete things that have been done, and I think that following this path is how to say, combining appropriately the need of short-term solutions while looking into the long term. That's it.
Thank you, Ambassador. I will move to Juha from the Baltic Sea. We can pass the microphone. Basically, you are in this business for quite a while, so can you bring your perspective to the same issue? From your vision, what's the most urgent vulnerability in the Black Sea?
Thank you for the kind invitation to join for the conference and even to be a panelist here. I'm not an expert of the Black Sea, but anyway, as mentioned, I will bring you the highlights. We have studied a lot about the war in Ukraine and the maritime situation here in the Black Sea. So, and I have a lot to bring back home from this conference as well. As being a former Navy officer, retired already, but I will take this opportunity to salute my fellow Ukrainian Navy officers and seamen, of course, in general, the whole Ukrainian military. Thank you for your actions back there for safety and security for all of us. Then coming back to your question, these two areas, Baltic Sea and Black Sea, are wide areas, but there's differences, of course. Baltic Sea is very vulnerable, and the average depth is only 55 meters, as here in the Black Sea, it's kind of 1,300 meters. So very different areas in that way. When it comes to Finland, we have the ice-covered ports during the winter, which is not the case here. But anyway, as a seaman, so I would say that the most important or the vulnerable thing is the freedom of navigation, on the Black Sea. That will be my nomination.
Yeah, because it also creates logistic troubles for everyone involved. Sergio, I move to you now. You are the director of a newly created institution in Moldova, which manages the risks. But still, your evaluation now, what's the single largest vulnerability your center also sees in this Black Sea region area? Thank you.
Yeah, from our perspective, the core vulnerability would be the gap between the speed of the crisis and the speed of the cross-border response, because our region is facing multiple overlapping crises and energy, environment, agriculture, everything now it's interconnected, and at the same time, our center at the moment is managing two simultaneous crises. There are two states of alert at the same time. So the effective crisis management depends only on a good cooperation, a good coordination. Otherwise, you'll have a slower response and the effectiveness will be less.
Thank you so much. Vanya, you are analyzing and you are specialized in geoeconomics. So for you, vulnerability is also a theoretical perspective with a clear solution to counteract this. So basically, from your perspective, what's the single vulnerability you see there, which was not repeated by the previous speakers?
First of all, thank you for having me, and hello to everyone. Good afternoon. I want to start with a word that does not. It's a very strange echo, by the way. I constantly hear, their voices, my voice. I want to start with a word that does not appear often enough in the Black Sea security discussions, and that's money. Not defense budgets, not EU funding envelopes. I mean the money that move in the dark. Illicit financial flows, sanctions oil, the coercive investments, the shell companies also that hold strategic port assets. Because if you want to understand how Russia wages its war of aggression in the region, and more importantly, how it sustains it, you need to follow the dirty money. You need to understand the financial infrastructure that is behind the military infrastructure. And Russia's shadow oil, that means somewhere around 3.7 million barrels a day. Since 2022, the Kremlin has invested over 10 billion USD in building its shadow fleet infrastructure. In 2025 alone, we sanctioned 623 vessels, which has been a record in terms of sanctions enforcement. And in a way, we can say that this pressure is working, because if you see the Ural crude is around $30, 30 USD below Brent. So in a way, that pressure is working. But at the same time, the war continues to be funded. And why is this? Because sanctions enforcement stops at the financial border. More than 60% of the 1,900 shadow fleet tankers have completely opaque beneficial ownership. So if you're asking me, this opacity, the financial opacity, the corrosive capital, this is the most urgent vulnerability in our region. And maybe I should stop here.
No, it's perfect, because you provided some important food for thought in terms of figures and numbers. What I strongly agree with you is that once there are money which are funding the war, that we should all concentrate in making sure that those capacities are diminished, because this is how the war will stop, once there are no money to continue it further. So before going to Vitalia, I will be calling on Carlo, who is with us online, connected. So Carlo, Chișinău is calling. Hello, do you hear me well?
And thank you for inviting us.
Thank you so much. Carlo, can you specify from your perspective what's the vulnerability you see there? I told earlier that Chișinău is calling. You're not granting the points in Eurovision here, but we are looking forward to be hearing your perspective on this subject.
Well, thank you very much for the question, and thank you for inviting us to this event, which is very important. Unfortunately, traveling is not easy, and we are happy to at least be able to connect. We see huge the regional system management, and the Black Sea is an extremely fragile ecosystem because it's a very closed sea. So the capacity of it to respond to pressure is very limited, and there is the need to prepare for the recovery. And so if you ask data collection and information for an informed decision-making on the future.
Thank you so much, Carlo, for that contribution. Particularly, it's very important people left without water, running water in the northern part of Moldova due to the consequences of Russia's bombing and shielding of the Ukrainian energy infrastructure. When Nistru River, which is housing the food allowances for more than 5 million people in Moldova and Ukraine, was affected by this. So the work of your organization is extremely important to also document this, as we also, as members of UN, will be doing it on a national level. Okay, so from the environment sector, I would like to move to the energy. Vitaly, you are working with the Ministry of Energy of Moldova. How do you assess the risks related to the topic of discussion in the field of energy?
Yes, thank you. Hello to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about the security in the Black Sea region from the energy perspective. It's not a secret that countries in the region depends on the routes of the oil supply and additional network that are under sea. Networks, gas networks, electricity, petroleum networks that are very difficult to control and to monitor. Is the most important in the energy field to issue.
Yeah, thank you so much for highlighting that. Next, I will move to Secretary General of Guam Organization. For those of you who are following us online, just a background information. There are countries of Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and Azerbaijan cooperating together in this organization. Mr. Efendiev is leading this organization as a Secretary General for quite a while already and knows all the intricate elements of the issue. So, of course, we will get to the details of your organization in the second panel, but for this one, for the risk assessment of vulnerabilities, Mr. Secretary General, what's your take, and how your organization can elaborate more on that?
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank the organizers. We've been participants to all events in the framework of Crimea Platform Summit and these conferences as well. As the only organization with headquarters in Kyiv, we are based in Kyiv and we stay in Kyiv and operating since day one of this war and continuing doing this. We're standing with Ukraine and helping with all possible and available means. It's our moral and professional duty. As we observe this situation, I think that the most important issue which is lacking, that make the Black Sea vulnerable, is a lack of unifying project in the Black Sea. And as Secretary General, and realistically assess what are the challenges and opportunities that are opening up vis-à-vis the challenges from the north, from the south. So we have this narrow corridor connecting Black Sea with Caspian Sea and further. So, and the challenge would be to unite this. And if we have global actors engaged in this unified project, we call it Guam Transport Corridor, uniting Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine from western Black Sea to the Caspian Sea. I think that will change the whole landscape around and within the Black Sea, if it will be working, operational, functional, as a trade route, serving the interest of global actors. I think all the rest issues will come to place.
So would you settle with me that the vulnerability you see is maybe the lack of unity sometimes in the joint initiatives?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Great. So first of all, I would like to thank you for respecting the time management very efficiently, and also for those who are following us, it's very important to highlight that now we will be diving more into more like intricate and detailed element of our conversation, not before highlighting some of the ideas which you said, which I think is relevant for our second conversation. Security in the Black Sea is no longer just military, it's economic, financial, and environmental, as we've identified. Freedom of navigation is not a technical issue, it's also a strategic vulnerability in the context of war, as we can see. And wars are not only fought with weapons, but also financed through networks we still fail to fully disrupt. And that should be a major concern for everyone. And what is most important, without data, there is no security policy. Having said that, I would like to come back to Ambassador Lazar Comănescu, a diplomat with a very much respected career background and dealing with the Black Sea matters for a while already in this organization. I would like to ask you, as a person from the highest chair you're now having the honor to have, what is one reform which, from your perspective, can make regional cooperation mechanism more operational? And please, Ambassador, because your voice is very much respected around the region, be as frank as you could be, although being diplomat.
I will try to be. Usually, you know, in my professional career, though, as you said, much of it has to do with diplomacy, I always prefer to speak plain talk. And so I'm not hesitating to talk about realities, and this is able, when establishing objectives, to take into account realities on the ground. First point. Now, coming to your question, you may wish to know that when I took over as Secretary General of this organization, I first came with some ideas, but unfortunately, developments after prevented us to move, but things are still valid. There is need to really, to improve the methods and the efficiency of the activity of the organization. And I'm referring, including to the decision-making process. It's good. And for, let's say, nice times especially, it's good that everything is being decided by consensus. But in times of crisis, when urgencies are there, one has to look into whether to stick to this or to do something, because sometimes taking decisions too late or not taking decision is worse than taking even a wrong decision. And this is an important point, which I think needs always to be, the time is limited. But subsequently, we may bilaterally talk about, but again, there is need to look into the possibility of making decision-making process much, much more faster, and looking into always to the...
So which else in the reality? Like just your sharp analysis.
You referring to the organization?
Yes, yes.
I'll give you one example. For the sake of unity, always, consensus is the key. But when you come to have a meeting of the organization, and because of because of that, we are not able to have a meeting. So when you have for the meeting a series of items, of issues to discuss, because disagreement on one specific issue, you cannot discuss the other ones which may be even more important. So
thank you so much, and I hope those who are following this conversation will take into account your perspective. I will go to Sergiu Daconu now. Sergiu, from the crisis management perspective, what is your assessment in terms of Moldova's key vulnerabilities if the situation in the Black Sea escalates? Like, do you see or do you have like a vision already prepared? Taking into account that this conference is also followed by Moldovan audience who is very much interested to know what's the vision of the people who are there to foresee the events which are happening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the Moldova's main vulnerability, I would say, is the high exposure as a small country in a very, very complex regional and geopolitical context. And I would say with very simple words that the biggest risk is to be left alone. The effect of the energy supply, trade routes, critical infrastructure, and we saw all of them one after other. So we have to prioritize our efficiency, our I don't know, coordination, the smart risk management, because we have limited resources. So here, what is important for us is to be prepared, is the preparedness phase, is the coordination, and also is the support from our international partners.
Yeah, and I will do a follow-up
all of
here.
them in place.
Yes, I wanted to do a follow-up here with you. Do you envisage also like a spillover, like more spillover effect on Moldova of the Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine? And do you feel that after these 4 years of Ukrainian brave resistance defending itself, but also European values, that we in Moldova society are kind of prepared to move to the next step and not be reactive, but be proactive about our preparedness, and how do you feel the institutions, all the lessons are learned, or there is still things we can learn and explore with our European partners, Ukraine and other friends?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the Ukrainian resistance. This is very important for us. And yeah, we are learning every day from the Russian aggression. We are learning unfortunately, these are very painful, but still very valuable lessons for us. We are preparing our contingency plans. We are quite advanced in some reactions. We are hoping to be able, with this proactive approach, also to prepare our society that they need to be part of this, not to wait only for the state institutions to react, but also the private sector, the persons, the people, the citizens, to be part of the single reaction. And of course, this is helping us. So what is happening for the last 4 years is helping us to speak that we are more prepared for the continuity of the governance here in Moldova because of the procedures that we are adopting, because of the new approaches that we have. Even the creation of the center, it's a step forward for the quick reaction to any kind of the escalation here in the region.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just a small announcement before I move to the next speaker, because Sergiu has a meeting due to his work. He will leave earlier this panel, but thank you so much for your valuable contribution. It's important to all of us. Juha, I will move to you now, because I think from the Baltic Sea experience, there are relevant lessons in connection to what also Sergiu said, to resilience between the society members. What's the Black Sea resilience lessons we could learn from the Baltic Sea experience? And maybe you can comment a bit on the security of supply and importance of it, having in mind your specific kind of area of work.
I would take it a little bit opposite, like what we are learning from the Black Sea now. So and
great.
in that way, but for Finland,
indulge yourself for this.
Yeah, right, right. For Finland, the security of supply is the cornerstone of the national resilience, and Finland has long relied on strong preparedness. Our society must function during disruptions from geopolitical tensions and hybrid threats to supply chain shocks and energy crises. These are not my words. These are much wiser men just lately written, and these words are written by our president, Mr. Alexander Stubb. So greetings from him for the resilience as well. We have the good model in Finland. I work in the Maritime transport pool for the National Security Supply Agency, and that means that we have good cooperation between all the government officials and the ministries and private companies and even citizens. So that's something I can bring you back here, and I know that from our National Emergency Supply Agency team visited Ukraine late last year, so and they changed ideas back and forth with the local officials. Then again, what we have learned from the Black Sea is that when Russia started the aggressive war, brutal war, there was no ship leaving the main Ukrainian ports for 6 months, and that's quite a long time. If I take that back to Finland and the Baltic Sea, if you take a look on the map, we live in the northern edge of the Baltic Sea and very far up north there. And more than 95% of Finnish foreign trade goes by sea. And only a very small portion of that can be replaced by land connection through northern Sweden or northern Norway. So if the Finnish ports will be closed for 6 months, that will be not an end, but a very, very, very challenging situation for us. And that is something we have to, and we have been, and we are concentrating all the time. Meaning that we are working together with the neighboring countries. In the Baltic Sea, we have very good cooperation. I come back to this, my favorite word, cooperation. Every single Baltic nation is working together. Oh, except -1. You know what that country is? That's, yeah, oh, right, okay. That's very obvious now. But all the other countries, we are working together, for example, for the civilian side, but as well for the military side. It has been mentioned here before. One of the ministers said that the magic word RMP, meaning recognized maritime picture. And that is that is something that you are doing here already. Turkey is a strong contributor on that. I heard that 70% on the area. And the other areas of cooperation you are planning a lot. You have the agreements, but then again, every time we need to remember that when there is an agreement, accomplish it. We have to take it on for every government person or who works with that. It's not only a plan, but we need to take it into action as well. And the more people knows about these plans and are contributing to it, then there will be the benefit out of those plans and these agreements.
Thank you so much. Now I understand why Finland is ranked as, happiest country in the world for so many years in a row. But I will still want to stay with you for one follow-up question, which I think it's like quite painful subject, but I want your perspective on that. There is an ongoing discussion whether each individual country is doing enough to find the Russia's hidden fleet, which we all know it's like a big and major issue. Do you think the backyard of the Baltic Sea is, doing its contribution? What's your assessment? Very straightforward. Is every country there doing their part of the job? And also a connected question is the recent changes which were applied by European partners to identify those vessels and the measures taken by the respective institutions. How do you see them useful, and what can be done better?
Right. Okay. This is not a painful question at all, because this is a very important question, the shadow fleet and how we react as they are sailing there on the Gulf of Finland, and who is selling there the new ships or the very old one and used vessels, and what flag they are using there. Okay, they use falsified flags, as we know. We have heard that already. I think in the Baltic area we do our deal for that, and according to the IMO, International Maritime Organization regulations, we can do the port state control, the checks for the ship that everything is all right. We took one shadow fleet ship, and it was the Eagle S. I think it was Eagle S, and because we thought that it has broke the data lines and electricity lines to Estonia. And you don't break, like a gas line, gas pipe doesn't explode itself. Electricity or data cable doesn't break down itself. There is a ship's anchor, and if you are a seafarer, if you have been on board, if you know how a ship operates or how it feels to be on the deck of a ship, if the anchor is on the bottom for tens of kilometers, you know that it's down and something's wrong. the ship is not going straight, and if you're dragging your anchor behind you. Okay, then again, we took the ship for the port station control, as the Danish have done now, and Estonia tried to do that as well. But then, what happens? We need to take in care that the possible Russian countermeasures as well. If they start putting our ships to their ports for these state controls, we are not sailing in their waters, in the economic zone. We are not visiting the Russian ports. But what about if they kind of force us or try to board the ship in the middle of the Baltic Sea? What is our reaction to that? We have a phone call, don't let anyone on board if you are on the international waters, and things like that. So the Russian countermeasures we have to take in notice. Then again, the conditions on the Baltic Sea. Finland is the only country in the world where all the seaports might get ice covered during the winter, and this happened that winter, and only now we are getting rid of the ice cover up there in the north. So meaning that we have to take care of the ice-breaking capabilities for our ports, that's resilience again, and safety, security of supply. Then again, what the ice means for the vulnerable, I mentioned that Baltic Sea is very vulnerable sea. It's so shallow that all those shadow fleet tankers, they have single hull, not dual hull, what you should have when navigating in icy conditions. The crew and their officers are not well trained, not trained to sail in those conditions. They don't have the right flags, they don't have the insurances, and what else comes with that. And that is a challenge and a great risk for us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's very important for public who is watching us to understand the elements of the war, not only from the perspective of events happening on the battlefield, but also what is happening around, not only in the Black Sea region, but also in the Baltic Sea. And I think those insights from you are extremely valuable, particularly that you made a very strong point on the resilience and the preparedness of your own people who are sailing the international waters. Now I will go back to the Secretary General FNDF to ask his perspective from the Guam's vision. How can these regional formats better contribute to security, economic resilience, and coordination based on your own experience?
Thank you very much. Before coming to this conference, I prepared just to facilitate the presentation. And I chose the title because I appreciate the way the organizers approach to this conference. So we don't need more talks about talks, but we need to think about practical steps that should bring change on the ground. And as we as an organization...
Can you close our microphone?
Yes. We as the organization try presentation due to limit of time, but we'll focus on the one map. Now, geopolitics and geoeconomics is a very popular issues. Nearly all the experts are telling. I will not explain all the details and nuances, but we. Since you know that in 2013, China launched this Belt and Road Initiative. As a response, Europe in 2016, during the chairmanship of Germany in the OSCE, they responded with a new connectivity concept. And I thought, wow, so we are in between. How we can use this advantage to stitch these two big players, global powerhouses, together. And that was also relevant to the situation because after Russia annexed Ukraine and occupied the eastern part of Ukraine, So they blocked all access to traditional export markets of Ukraine in Central Asia, and that would be kind of response and relieving the access through this corridor from Ukraine to go to the Central Asia and beyond. So since 2016, we've been pushing with this initiative. We managed to mobilize our member states in 2018 here at the summit in Chișinău of prime ministers. We approved the terms of reference and this map for the feasibility study. We had the a concept of transport corridors elaborated and approved in 2013 by the ministers of transport. And in 2019, at the summit in Kyiv, we had an instruction from prime ministers to go and ask European Union if they can assist us in elaborating feasibility study based on that terms of reference. We tried and put all this complex, a very complex issue in a uniform way, and European Union had this experience, and moreover, we saw the match of their policies of expansion of trans-European networks eastward. They then developed a new global initiative, Global Gate initiative with funds available. And so we thought that that will find an understanding. Finally, we managed to meet the Commission in 23. Unfortunately, the meeting was a failure because we spoke different languages. I tried to persuade it to look at the issue in a strategic way, because when you have the region in fire, so you cannot focus on rules and procedures. Unfortunately, that was the problem. And then someone from European Commission thought that its timing is not good because in a couple of months they have election, nobody's interested. Even our request to meet at the political level was kind of ignored, and people, all these developments are urging us for practical steps. And the most positive development of all those is changes in the attitude of the European Union. So now they try to somehow redefine their role, striving to develop a kind of strategic autonomy or be relevant to the challenges and so on and so forth. I think this is a right time maybe to readdress this issue. And my appeal to the first, of course, Guam member states, Moldova as a potential candidate, Ukraine as a potential candidate, you have friends, we have Romania and other Black Sea countries here, to somehow through channels or through network, you're hearing about initiatives in Trans-Caspian corridor or some other corridors. These are private companies' initiatives. So, so they're working but not operating as a single corridor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving a very concrete idea on the place. And I agree with you that it's up to the member states, but also stakeholders around the region to invest in better connectivity. Just to get to the next panelist too, we will come back to the conclusion session. Thank you, Secretary General. I wanted to turn to Vanya because what Secretary General insisted on is this connectivity which brings economic benefits. This is a long run, and here I want to ask and make appeal on your experience as a geoeconomist too. So basically, which sectors or economies are exposed today due to this geoeconomic pressure which exists due to the war? Like, what's your assessment of the current situation?
Sectors, right? Okay, I think this would not be a rocket science. So let me just highlight three major sectors that share the same root vulnerability, and that is financial opacity. So the first would be energy, and I will not go deep because maybe you will touch upon energy. But yeah, energy, and Moldova is a very good example here. You all, I'm sure, remember what happened in January 2025 when Russia cut Transnistria's gas supply, and Moldova declared a state of emergency, and immediately the EU supported with a package of 250 million euro. So this is the poster example of what weaponizing energy dependence looks like in reality. And unfortunately, Moldova is not a unique example here. Most of the countries of the region are very much similar example. Then second, I would say media and information space. And here, I'm talking about the hybrid wars, the wars for the minds and hearts, as many people say. This is not my area, but still the pro-Kremlin propaganda, media disinformation and misinformation. And last but not least, actually what I'm doing in my studies is the financial sector. So small and medium enterprises in the Black Sea corridor and also in the Western Balkans, Bulgaria, Moldova, Georgia, etc., they are very heavily exposed to illicit financial flows, corrosive capital, sanction evasion schemes. As I already mentioned, this is not a story about sanctions evasion only. This is the financial vulnerability that feeds into strategic corruption and state capture and media capture. And illicit financial flows, basically these are funds that are illegally moved, earned or used, and they cross an international border. And they're estimated at somewhere around 1 to 1.6 trillion US dollars a year. And on average in the world, we have illicit financial flows, especially outflows. They're estimated at around 3% of the respective national GDP. And if we look at our region specifically, you would see that this problem is magnified. And illicit finance are manifold, they're multi-directional, they're very large as a percentage of our national GDPs. And actually, in some cases, they're double. I don't want to go in details because I'm using different methodologies, different mathematical models for estimating illicit finance through trade mispricing, through trace misvoicing. But this is, if something sticks in your mind from my intervention, that would be that illicit funds in our region are double the size which they are in the world. Sometimes even we're talking about 8%, 9% of GDP. So imagine.
It's incredible figures you are showing, and it happens that I have experience in cognitive warfare from my previous line of work, and I wanted to place an information in this context. Like 1% of Moldova's entire GDP was used by Russia to interfere in cognitive warfare, meaning this financing disinformation, political parties who would promote Russian narratives and so on, which is incredible. Just think if 1% of US or Germany's or France's GDP would have used for the same actions. It's absolutely incredible what this
illicit finance and are generated through corruption, organized crime, tax evasion, and they're flowing through money laundering, through trade mispricing, trade misinvoicing. This is a huge governance gap.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to do a quick follow-up with you. Like, I'm still interested, who is the most vulnerable by the end of the day? Are the states vulnerable or specific industries due to the situation in the Black Sea area now? Like, because we often, even in the Republic of Moldova, we hear that investments are not coming due to the war, for obvious reasons. But what would be your assessment? Do you see vulnerabilities for the states, first of all, for the geo-economic pressure, or for specific industries which lack development and further investments?
Yes to both of your questions. There are countries that are specifically vulnerable. I can, whoever is interested, drop me a line. Let's mingle after the session. But basically, I can share the database which we are doing. You will find there the size of illicit financial inflows, outflows in all the Western Balkans countries and the Black Sea region. Particularly vulnerable is also Armenia. I'm also putting it here, although not Black Sea, but Georgia, Moldova, also Bulgaria, which was in the FATF grey list, along with Croatia, vulnerable to illicit financial outflows. As you're asking about particular sectors in our region, I would say that cash is still king. You know, it's not that much like cryptocurrencies and this. You watch a Hollywood movie and they're doing this amazing stuff on the computer. Bitcoins and this. It's actually a lot of heavy cash influence, and also through small and medium companies, and through trade. Trade is very vulnerable. Around 70% of illicit finance are flowing through trade.
Yeah.
And this is also particularly relevant in this moment because you also have the dual-use goods, re-exports, etc. But this is a subject of a whole lecture or like a whole panel.
And I would like to invite everyone who is attending this conference to approach later on Vanya and ask more additional questions.
Sure.
So now before calling to Carlo, I would like to ask Vitalie, who is covering the energy sector, on what concrete regional mechanisms maybe are still missing in terms of better energy protection of infrastructure in the Black Sea region, because Moldova have learned it in the bumpy way how to independently secure its energy stockpiles in gas, in interconnected grids with Romania, but maybe you have some other ideas on some concrete regional mechanisms which can be put in place. And Carlo, please hang on with us, like we are coming to you next.
So actually we have done a lot of internally to secure our energy, to improve our resiliency, but of course our security depends on the external issue and external factors. And the recent crisis in Middle East show us how this is important, so how is critical work or roads of supply. That's why what we have to do is to make a regional system of security, to monitoring and protecting the network, infrastructure, and is most important to make this together. This full mechanism would be a platform where countries regularly exchange data about the maritime activity, near critical infrastructure. Such coordination would make it easier to detect risk earlier and respond faster to potential threats.
Thank you so much for that perspective. Carlo, I'm moving to you. And from your first intervention, I gather that it's very important to quantify and clearly see what is the environmental damage. And how do you think it can be better integrated into security and international response along, especially within the international frameworks which exist there? If you could share your perspective on that.
Environmental awareness. UNEP has been working a lot on post-conflict data and post-conflict assessment. We were very famous for our work in the Balkans, in Côte d'Ivoire, in Sudan. But upon call of the Ukrainian government, we are monitoring the damages on environment already when the war is still ongoing. And we need to acknowledge the fact that President Zelensky had included a point of environment on his 10 points peace plan. So environment is joining the major league, if you want, of the topics which you need to deal with when involved in a war or in a conflict. Now, my main point is that, especially on certain issues, you need to have real and validated data and information. And on environment, this is very more complicated. While you know how many ships are moving, while you know how many tons are moving, it's very difficult to know how many dolphins, how many fishes, how many swans. And this is important to plan ahead. And we need to show that environment is part of the solution for the future. While we can only try to limit the impact on environment of the war, in the Black Sea in particular, we need to start planning for the recovery of the Black Sea. And everyone talks about green recovery, which is beautiful from somebody representing UNEP, but we need to make sure that this is a real green recovery. And what does it mean? It means that environment needs to be part of the solution. It means green jobs in Ukraine in the next 4 years. And at the moment, we have an average of 1.5 veterans, which means that technically we could give a green job to all the veterans of Ukraine. So this is showing that environment is an economic opportunity, is a social opportunity, and is the only way forward. But to do this, we need to mainstream it at the very beginning of the war and the conflict. And I want to, in this sense, pay tribute to the organizers of the event today for inviting us like a little bit of a panda, if you want. We are a strange animal in this setting, but at least we need to bring the voice of environment even.
The work can be employed in the green jobs. I think this is a breaking news, as I would be in the editorial board now and writing the conclusions of this panel. But, you know, Carlo, I wanted a quick follow-up with you, and I want your very honest and blunt opinion on that. Like, why do you still believe in the societies across the Black Sea region, why the environmental damage is seen as a secondary kind of issue to the problem, and what can be corrected in that regard?
Well, you know, it's not seen as a secondary issue, but is perceived as such. Because we think that comes from environment. So in reality, all these aspects are environment. It's just that we tend to connect environment to maybe protected areas, to ecosystem management, to those aspects. But in reality, environment is in everything we do, and therefore we need to have a sustainability approach in everything we do.
Thank you so much. I will count that as your conclusion too, to our panel. But now I will move to the distinguished panelists here for some conclusions. You know, you covered a wide range of topics. I'm very much impressed by your professional experience and expertise. You've taken length in explaining that Black Sea is not a regional issue anymore. It's a European kind of test of credibility in the long term, that the vulnerabilities are known. We admire them throughout the discussion today, and what is the real gap is actually the implementation, the hard work which we should put behind. And third, that the security today is no longer military, as we could see. It's infrastructure, it's environment, it's energy, it's economic resilience, and our Finn friends highlighted it's also a societal resilience mechanism. Secretary General Comănescu, what would be your takeaway and a conclusion, actionable conclusion for today's discussion?
Before trying to answer, there is one aspect which we refer to when discussing with our distinguished representative of UNEP. And you raised the question about who's most affected, governments or companies. That brings me to stress one particular aspect, which I think is valid all the more so in times of crisis. The need for the governments, anytime they think about shaping and then taking and implementing a decision, be it development, sanction, and so on, it is absolutely a necessity to involve from the very beginning the business communities, the entrepreneurial communities, because at the end of the day, they are the one who bear the consequences of any decision. They may be enabled to, how to say, to accommodate to the framework which is generated by the governments, or they may suffer from that. This is why it's extremely important, and I can tell you that also based upon my personal experience. as a former minister and even in the current situation. Now, as to your question, there are 2 points which I want to make at this stage. Once again, security in the Black Sea region is not only a matter of the region itself. You said it's for Europe. I would go it's more than even beyond Europe. And I was referring to for the European economy to continue to develop, it has to preserve as close ties as possible with Asia and Pacific. You cannot do that without the Black Sea. Point number 1. Point number 2. Okay, we are talking about what an organization like mine, or the one which I represent, or the governments being members of the BSEC are doing. But we shouldn't ignore that there are other actors active in the region. And therefrom comes the extremely important idea of better coordination and correlation among what is being done. And here I would stress one particular important point. Last year, the European Union adopted a new strategic approach towards the Black Sea. And I very much welcome such an initiative. In order to implement it, one has to take into account if and what, and build upon what has been or is building within the region. And as I was referring to in the morning, there are important projects, and especially when you look at things on the long term, there are important projects that have been developed. There is need to take into account initiatives, projects coming from the region and build upon them. So this is what I will stop here. I can elaborate more, but time is limited, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vanya, your conclusions.
Conclusions, okay. What should be done, right?
Yes, actionable.
Actionable. So in my function, but I think, okay, I'll leave this in my notes, but based on what we discussed before about beneficial ownership and corrosive capital, illicit financial flows, I think one actionable thing would be to strengthen the enforcement of FDI screening mechanism, foreign direct investment screening mechanisms. Recently, Bulgaria adopted to completely different points. So since Bulgaria adopted the enforcement, it has actually not used it at all. And when you have a screening tool which you're actually not using, this is not a shield, but this is just a screen display. So this is something that will to deter corrosive investments.
Thank you so much, Vanya. I will go to you, Juha, please.
Yeah, thank you. The EU has now only in March renewed their maritime strategy, and both hybrid threats already before that, and those maritime hybrid threats we see now every day in the Baltic Sea as well. So we have to be alert. The Ukrainians' innovative countermeasures prove that the technological and logistics adaptivity is in key role.
Thank you so much. I will go to Secretary General FNDF, please.
Thank you very much. So as concluding remarks, I again would like to return to my idea that transport corridor, and it's very comprehensive. It covers security, it covers safety, it covers technical, engineering, environmental, social, all European standards, the best practices that have been involved, we want to bring to this region. And I think the time is ripe to start practical step, get prepared for post-war rehabilitation or whatever. But the environment and geopolitical developments around the region are pushing us to develop adequate policies. We cannot, the countries are overloaded with the demand, they can't cope with traffic that is passing. Appeal to the European Union to get engaged, to be a partner, and Guam has everything, all framework, means, tools, and mechanism, and umbrella for that, because it should be a political, because it engage tariff policies as well. So it should be a unified tariff It should be a single entry corridor so that it serves the interest of all. And if it will work, it will be operational, safe and secure, and will ensure safe traffic between Europe and Asia. I think everyone will be interested in peace, stability, and security.
We all will remember the map you showed us, making the connection. Thank you so much, Secretary General. And I will move to you, Vitaly. Last but not least, in conclusions, in the energy field, what do you propose as an actionable?
Thank you. I will be very brief. In different countries, and to create efficient mechanism of resilience to protect and to increase the security. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you've listened the perspective of these 7 fine experts. For me, it was a mission impossible to squeeze those very brainy proposals and ideas into. I hope that those who followed us online too, and those who are in the room, I was following you, were taking notes, you agreeing or disagreeing at certain point. But one conclusion which I can draw from this conversation is it's not a job of a one man or a woman. It's a job of everyone, every country, private sector, but also the stakeholders around should pitch in order to establish a strategic importance of a Black Sea security and make sure that regional cooperation and collaboration is carried on actively. Having said that, I would like to thank and let's make a round of applause for the speakers today and for their contributions. Thank you. And as we say, Loredana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you very much to the panelists for participating. I would have liked to tell you that time is a very abstract concept, but unfortunately it's not. So we have to move forward. We will not have a break. We will just need a few minutes to adjust to add one more chair, and then we will follow with the last panel.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for surviving, and I hope that this panel will wake up all those who slept over. Also, me, I did a lot of notes, and that's like my appreciation to previous panelists for very interesting remarks. My name is Alina Frolova. I'm representing here Center for Defense Strategies, and I will moderate this panel, and I hope that this practical we also will try to make it as much practical as possible, especially with such guests which are here today. And actually what I would like to shape in this panel is that, yeah, we all saw what happened in the Black Sea since 2022, when Ukraine, having no conventional fleet actually and suffering from the absence of capabilities, make a functional defeat to Russian fleet. We saw how the unmanned system started to operate. They happened to be very successful. We all spoke about technologies itself. But what we see now, that the unmanned system is not only simply technology, which gives some inputs into the war. Actually, maritime warfare started to be in a very different way. With very low-cost assets, we challenge actually huge capacities of the big states. With very low accessibility to these technologies, the proxy actors can operate freely in all the domains, especially at maritime. So I'd like lower and to establish some kind of controlled, at least, domain in the Black Sea. So I won't introduce each and every guest separately to minimize the time. We will speak now, and while we're speaking, I will represent it. But let's start from the shaping the experience of Ukraine. Yes, trying to explain what Ukraine did, how we did it, and why the unmanned technologies begin to be so important, to play so substantial role. And I would like to start from the a key actor at Ukrainian maritime domain. Please, the floor is yours. Volodymyr, you can actually speak.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends. First of all, thank you for hosting us here. Thank your government and people of your countries for stable support you have been providing to Ukraine. It is vital for us in this decisive time. Decisive time not only for Ukraine, for Black Sea region and Europe. Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine is characterized by highly and the intensive usage of a wide range of unmanned complexes by both sides. The first 6 months of an active combat operations in 2022 led to significant reduction of available missile weapon arsenals, which led to a certain shortage. The need to continue operations requires it became necessary to search an alternative and cheaper means of destruction that would guarantee success in operational depth region, and the need to increase the effectiveness of striking the enemy in the period 2022-2025 with the support of industrial enterprises. We have developed and are currently actively using different types of maritime complexes, including Magura V5, 6, and 7. Currently, all models have proven their high effectiveness in striking the force of the Black Sea Fleet and the air and space forces. In total, from the beginning of using maritime unmanned complexes, 29 objects were hit by the defense forces of Ukraine, including 14 warships were damaged and 10 warships were destroyed. On December 31, 2024, for the first time in world history, an air target was hit from this complex in the airspace of the Black Sea. Ki-27 naval aviation helicopter of the Black Sea Fleet was damaged. For the first time in the world history of liberation of Crimea Peninsula. Active using of sea unmanned complexes in the Black Sea operational area led to following results. Russia has withdrawn all its warships from basin points in temporarily occupied territories of Crimea to port in Krasnodar Krai. Replacement of 2 headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet. The areas of operations of the Black Sea Fleet has significantly limited. The grain corridor has been opened. The capabilities to patrol the northwestern part of the Black Sea of Russian aviation were limited. In addition, Russia is unable to carry out repairs its own warships. All enemy ship repairing capabilities are concentrated in Sevastopol. Novorossiysk has 1 ship repair plant, which is unable to provide the needs of the fleet. After destroying Russian ships and boats, the enemy was pushed out from the northwestern and central part of the Black Sea. It contributed to the restoration of the operation of Ukraine ports in Odessa region and the opening of the grain corridor. It also allowed us to provide combat operations. It should be noted that after the withdrawal of the Russian naval fleet from the occupied territory of Crimea, the enemy mined the fairways as the entrance to the ports of Chernomorsk, Novoozerne, and Sevastopol. Currently, due to stormy weather, there are facts of mines being displaced from their installation sites, which poses a threat to civilian ships. As of March 2026, the entire Black Sea Fleet is concentrated in the Novorossiysk naval base. Despite this, Russia continues measures in order to complete isolation, blockade of Ukraine from the sea, conduct missile airstrikes throughout the entire depth of the territory of Ukraine, destroy of port infrastructure in Odessa and Mykolaiv region, disrupt of maritime communications. We continue to modernize our sea drones. It includes testing and command repeater for organizing communications between sea unmanned complexes, equipment sea drones by the longer range missiles, equipment sea drones by the interceptor UAV, introduction of alternative communication systems like mesh communications, fiber optics, etc. Implementation machine vision technology for guaranteed target destruction in the terminal phase, and development of unmanned underwater systems. For today, Russia is the main threat for the security situation in the Black Sea, and has been trying to transform military presence in the Black Sea region and Crimea Peninsula to the political influence on the Black Sea countries. Increased threats from Russia demands our response, including in technology means. We transform our sea drones from strike to multifunctional. It allows to conduct not only strike mission, but also reconnaissance, early warning, air defense, logistics, demining, and other missions. We are ready for cooperation on this way with your countries. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's like a very useful to see this multi-layered approach which Ukraine actually implemented. And we will speak about that we don't have yet, for now on, the conventional air domain or conventional maritime domain like it was before, for many years, for decades. And the I would like to hear from our next speakers probably what kind of changes it brought to operational planning, to the deterrence, to the defense of our own capabilities. And here I would like to address Alexander Kulchitsky, who is also representative of very practical units in security and defense forces of Ukraine. He will speak Ukrainian, so if you use the headphones, please do.
Доброго дня. Перш за все, не втомлюємось дякувати організаторам. Дуже теплий. Що стосується заданого питання. Ми бачимо, що асиметричними способами Україна змогла зупинити неймовірну навалу російської армії, яка в рази переважала її в кількості, в обладнанні. Росія готувалася довгі роки до цієї. Стоїть життя нашої держави і нас особисто. Народ України зміг з підручних засобів зробити колосальні засоби стримування і навіть атаки на Чорноморський флот. Всі ви бачите, що Чорноморський флот фактично не виходить далі, ніж там за декілька десятків миль від бухти Новоросійська. В Севастополі їх уже давно немає. Яким чином це вдалося? Це сталося зненацька, коли дрони українські зайшли в бухту Севастополя і пошкодили ряд кораблів, ряд інфраструктури. Після цього всі ви бачили, як була вдала атака на Керченський міст і багато інших операцій. І ось тут починається боротьба технологій. Росіяни навчилися боротися з морськими дронами завдяки авіації. Українці придумали ставити протиповітряні засоби на дрони. І були враження повітряних цілей. Росіяни ребом борються з нашим зв'язком. Українці придумують, як на дрони обтастувати оптоволоконними системами для того, щоб ці дрони вражали. Українці змогли зробити дрони, які здійснюють підводні операції. І насправді, тут, напевно, що в цій дискусії важливо почути якісь поради. І країни, яким способом можна це зробити? Перш за все, це санкції. І там, де вони діють, непопулярно, це навчати ваші армії воювати. Навчати їх воювати в реальних бойових умовах. Мені здається, що прийшов час направляти обмежені військові контингенти в Україну для допомоги і для навчання армії наших партнерів і союзників. Кожен військовий командир вам скаже, що один військовий, який має бойовий досвід, коштує більше, ніж 10 військових, які того досвіду не мають. Тому Україна готова ділитися своїми практиками, своїми надбаннями, які написані кров'ю наших військових. Завдання наших партнерів – готуватися до війни. Якщо кажуть, що готуйся до найгіршого, і тоді ймовірність його настання буде мінімізована. І як казав один великий політик, Вінстон Черчилль, що країни, які обирають між ганьбою і війною ганьбу.
Here the few moments which you raised up. The first of all, the part of Ukrainian resilience is this multidimensional approach. And I'm speaking not about only domains of war domains, yes, but I'm speaking about that this is you see that, well, security service, which is not which should not be operating in maritime domain, actually, in accordance with all the principal doctrines, standard doctrines, is also taking the substantial part in actual military operations. But one very And here the important is also a speed of reaction. With this, like a highly, very speedy moving technological developments, the speed is something which state is not always able to provide. And the importance of Ukrainian industry, importance of Ukrainian inventors, which rise up from some kind of small enterprises to the big companies who are now providing not only the Ukraine with the capabilities, military capabilities and weapons, but also cooperate with our partners, became the private business started to play the extremely substantial role. The Ukrainian specific also is that the business is not only supplying the weapons or equipment, it takes part in planning of operations, it takes part in actually researching what's going on battlefield. So here I would like to invite to the speaking notes of Irina Terech, who is representative of Firepoint production company, which actually specialized on mid and deep strikes. And Flamingo, one of the most probably well-known products of you. But how you see this like a change of operations of military, especially on the sea, especially from the point of view of the air domain?
Thank you. So I understand everybody may be very tired by the end of the day, so I will cut it extremely short to, my opinion, the most important points. So first and foremost, as a civilian, I can give my view as a person who is now very much involved into war ongoing. It is very important what Ukrainian government did, including cutting the red tape in terms of bureaucracy and letting everybody to participate. Let's say it was a very brave, somewhat rock and roll type of decision to let businesses being involved into military operation, listen to common brainstorm, providing a very high quality communication and on a high level of trust. And without these three pillars, like government reducing bureaucracy, end users providing a lot of information and letting us train with them and fight with them shoulder by shoulder, and then exchange this information between each other, there would be no such a technological progress at such a pace. And of course, a lot of NATO standards would be scared by this unsafe approach. But if we are comparing different type of threats, what's more safe, to follow all the standards but have no technology to fight with, or probably to take some risk and let us learn on the battlefield? So I think this is the most important lesson that has to be learned from Ukrainian experience, to have a good communication between government, army, and defense manufacturers. And this applies to sea, to any other domain. And our domain is aerial, so it's drones, middle strike. I think you saw a lot of recent videos with the attacks being made with our weapons, but it only works in complex. We do not expect huge resources to operate, so we are relying on the small resources in an asymmetric fight.
Thank you. Just to combine all those pieces which we spoke about, we need to have a speed, we need to have a mass, of course, to operate. And that sounds like a very classical approach, but at the same time, the technology changes everything, yes. And as we said, the low cost versus huge platforms. We see how it operates not only in Ukraine, successfully operates this concept, but also in Middle East conflict, which we have now, yes. So here I would like to ask to join our discussion Leo Coman, Rear Admiral. Admiral, you have enormous experience in the maritime domain. Looking at what's going on now in Black Sea and in Middle East conflict, for example, what are your evaluation of the technology influence? What are your evaluation of how the war is transforming actually, how the maritime concept is transforming actually?
Thank you very much, first of all, inviting me. And on behalf of the Romanian New Strategy Center, I would like to be very grateful and to thank you once again for the invitation. I was educated that maritime security is based on the platforms, on the ships. And you have to have big ships like frigates, destroyers, or air carriers to show your power, to show the fact that that region belongs to you. Nowadays, in the last, and the last 4 years, it was proven that technology and the rapid improvement of the technology wins, and we have to adapt ourselves, we have to adapt our doctrines, and more than that, strategies regarding this. But it is a huge gap because sometimes doctrines are waiting to see the final results of the new technologies, and this gap is kind of a break in order to develop the strategy and the doctrine itself. The new technologies are very difficult to implement also for the industry, because also the industry and the civil society are waiting to see the final results and are waiting to see if it is in their benefit to improve and to develop this new technology. Of course, we are following Ukraine, and we are following Turkey, which started this UAV and USVs. And we are looking for strong cooperation. But this is the magic word, having and sitting on the same table and working for a common, recognized maritime picture, recognized air pictures. It was mentioned that we have to work and to exchange information. All the littoral Black Sea navies are doing a lot of effort in order to keep safe lanes of communications. We are having each day maritime patrolling aircraft, ships, helicopters, and drones, although the GPS jamming and spoofing is increased and sometimes makes very difficult our mission on the sea. I was educated to be on board on the ship and to protect our infrastructure, our drilling platforms. But nowadays we have to realize that without UAVs and USVs and without these drones, unmanned drones, it's quite impossible to protect our critical European or national infrastructure in the economic exclusive zone or territorial waters. Keeping sea lanes of communications free, it's our, and freedom of navigation, it's our job, it's our duty, it's our main job, and that's why we pay a lot of effort. It was mentioned the Maritime Mine Countermeasure Task Group Black Sea. It is the very biggest opportunity to implement NATO standing operating procedure, to implement the common procedure and to have the same procedure in the fight against drifting mines. But not only, we have to talk, today started the biggest Romanian ever exercises in this part of the Black Sea, Sea Shield 26. And in each exercises, with this task group, we are acting in common against the historical minefield, which are also affecting the medium and the maritime security. What we are witnessing today, especially in the Black Sea, is not an evolution, but a fundamental changing of everything, starting with the strategy, doctrines, rules, and standing operating procedures. The quickest way we are adapting and implementing this, in a common sense, the quickest way we will win. Again, we are shifting from the platform center to a network center, and that's why we have to improve, we have to develop the network in between navies, the maritime component commander, the maritime hub, which European Union is developing right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to catch up here because there are like a very important words which reconnect us to next speakers. It's about doctrines and strategies. So what we see, again, coming back to Middle East operation now, for example, that no lessons from Ukrainian war were like implemented into doctrines and strategies while planning the Iran operation. We see the same mistakes, we see the same approach, a classical approach which United States actually used in their war against Iran. So we see this gap, huge gap, and we constantly see it on some kind of drillings which are happening in different seas with NATO operations. I'd like here to invite the Gennady Kojukarov, State Secretary Ministry of the Defense of the Republic of Moldova, to join the discussion and say how you see this gap and what you do to eliminate these doctrines, concepts, more adjustable, more adaptable to the situation on the ground and on the water.
Thank you, Alina. I think I've been honored to participate specifically in this panel. We just had an opportunity to see some presentations, and I think those presentations, thank you so much for that, is being a subject of interest, including from my colleagues, which are here among the participants. Thank you for that. Just a few weeks ago, I met Alexander Mischenko, State Secretary at MOED here in Chișinău, and I think that's including today's event, it's a good indicator of the dynamic of our bilateral cooperation. So definitely Moldova is part of the Black Sea region, has and plays its role in this region, and of course take into consideration the development of the technology and adapt and trying to move toward eliminating this gap between the strategies, doctrines, and the actual tactical operations. We've been cooperating with the whole range of states in the Black Sea region, but here definitely I have to mention that specifically laying as a state, as a country between Romania and Ukraine, it is crucial for Moldova to have this significant cooperation with Romania and Ukraine when it comes to Black Sea region. So for the technologies and this gap between the strategies, doctrines, and the operational tactical movements, we started with adjusting our strategies, and not only strategies, but also we have established a new direction of works within Ministry of Defense, within National Army. Just an example, our previous strategy from 2018 to 2022, there was no such a priority like UAS, UAVs, or air defense, while the recently approved new strategy, defense strategy, and also military strategy sees all these topics like top priority. I mean, UAS, UAVs, air defense as a whole. So, of course, we are learning from the experience of the Ukrainian forces. And here we moved even further. Just 2 weeks ago, we have passed through the government of the Republic of Moldova the initiation of the negotiations of a new military technological agreement. So generally, this agreement aims at improving our cooperation in technology exchange, innovation exchange, and here I hope that very soon we will we will finish our negotiations so that we could be able to sign at the level of the ministries, at the level of the government, this agreement. And we are working also on some other further moments in order to strengthening our cooperation. So I think here we take into consideration all the experience gained, unfortunately, on the battlefield, but we take into consideration all this experience taken and gained by the Ukrainian armed forces and put into practice in our case.
Thank you. I would like to turn now to Jordan Bajilov, who is Deputy Minister of Defense of Bulgaria. Yes, so with probably the same question, but understand that you are part of NATO and EU. And there are a lot of discussion about the presence of EU, presence of NATO in the region. But actually what we see now, what we observe, that the minor nations like Bulgaria, Ukraine, which were always like under the umbrella of bigger, now playing the more substantial role. Maybe we are more flexible. And how you deal with this like gap between the doctrine and battlefield, what you do to change the training doctrine, to change the operational doctrine, how you bring your experience to changing the NATO and EU concepts.
Yeah, thank you, Elena. But allow me starting my answer by saying that Bulgaria firmly supports Ukraine, and we just sent a 13 package of aid, and we have to continue supporting Ukraine while learning from your experience. And I can say that Black Sea is already a laboratory for contemporary and future warfare. So one of the key lessons we have to learn from the war at sea is the innovation. Innovation cycles are measured already in weeks, not in years, while defense planning, defense procurement, doctrinal adaptation takes years. I mean, if you want to procure something under current conditions, you probably spend 4 to 5 years to procure. And it's not relevant only to Bulgaria, but in Europe as such. So to develop necessary capabilities, to train personnel, to have doctrines, we have to overcome several key challenges. First, to me, it's a doctrinal inertia. I mean, when we prepare doctrines, we based on we are based on our understanding on war fighting and systems we already know. So we have first to change our mindset. I mean, sometimes when we talk about doctrines and capabilities, it's like an issue of chicken and egg, which is first. So we have to train innovators in defense, and it is key for us. So if we overcome this, we'll be up to the contemporary requirements. Second key challenge, as I said, it's procurement and industrial adaptation. So faster procurement process, and of course, we have to incentivize, convince industry to innovate and produce. Unfortunately, sometimes industry wants security that when they will put on something on production, countries will procure. This is a key challenge for us. And third challenge, it is integration and interoperability. And I come here to your question about NATO. We have to put this innovation in the framework of NATO, while currently innovations are done mainly on national scale. What I would see here in the Black Sea, as we already have an experience of this new warfare, I mean, Black Sea could become a pilot region for testing, for adaptation, not only for regional countries, but also for NATO and EU. Innovation in defense is a key for deterrence in defense. And just in brackets, it is not us who learn from this war. It is Russia also learning from its own experience. So we have to learn what Russia learned in order to be better and to predict what can happen.
Thank you. And here I'd like to come to the upper point, yes, of the, like, as soon as we all speak that maritime domain and maritime warfare is changing, we see these proxy activations just like very actively. We see this low cost. We see the integration of these like smaller technologies into the combat operations. What should be a new concept of deterrence? I mean, that how we should predict what would be the next, yes, how we shall elaborate this like a common decision, and how to make it flexible in response to some possible actions. Because frankly saying, looking at operation in Iran, I do understand that should we have such a response in 2022, the situation will go absolutely different direction. And Irina, I know that you are in a hurry, so probably I will address to you the first part of the question and ask you from your point of view, from your cooperation with partners, like addressing these logistics issues, addressing these policy level issues, how you see the possibility of the new deterrence, because we Ukrainians said that the best sanctions now employ Ukraine with mid and long range strikes over the Russia.
I would say that the question is as simple as complicated. The answer is as simple as complicated, because for my opinion, without adapting, we heard the word doctrines multiple times today, without adapting doctrines to current reality, there would be nothing changed. We can be as much technologically advanced as we want to, but it will never work out without adapting some specific doctrine standards and pathways to a modern reality of a modern war. And it should look good on the battlefield, not on paper. This is the main rule, how we have to address this.
And here I'm coming to Solomia Bobrovska, our parliamentary member, who is a part of Defense and Intelligence Committee in Ukrainian Parliament, speaking about doctrines, speaking about the policy development. Yeah, we all see that Ukraine activates some like tracks of counteractions towards Russia, but what should be done on upper state level for us, for Ukraine, and for our partners, to make situation more predictable and to some kind of like move forward to peace in the region?
First of all, thank you for the audience. I want to express my gratitude for keeping strong and sitting here. Thank you, colleagues and friends. And the second one, I want to say that, I feel a lack of the conversation and discussions with the colleagues and colleagues within the Black Sea partners. We are too much involved into European more direction than here, unfortunately, and losing the Black Sea priority from the main focus. I mean, even the frontline land domain, unfortunately. But back into your question. I think because of the war lost the rules. There are no more rules at all. The only response can be to find any predictable answers for the new challenges, that's just only to cooperate and work together. It's not enough just to have engineers or smart minds, light minds in Kyiv or somewhere working hard how to make our sky safer, or Ukrainian Black Sea shore safer, whatever, how to still keep and maintain the security of the grain corridor. We have to act together, and that's the huge challenge for the partners, NATO allies, NATO members, and not NATO actors. One of the key probably examples are mine countermeasures Black Sea Task Force group, Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey. And there is no Ukraine. Like, why? Like 2 times for 15 days to meet each year is not enough. Like, you are fighting with the drafting mines, but is it Ukraine not the main actor of one of the main actors who can help and protect? Because that's the sea, it's not the land, it's not the sky. That's this totally very specific domain where you cannot control only your kilometer of your or mile of your shore or for your water. And that's the problem, that we cannot act together. And it's so strange because that's the Black Sea, that's about the politics and trade. And that's about all of us. It's not only about the war, Russia against Ukraine. And I don't know, I still have this question since 2024 when the initiative was launched, and why we're not still there. I'm not sure they want to see the mines from Crimea, you know, drifting to Bulgarian shores, to Ukrainian tourists or whoever having a rest there. So, you know, even when we're talking about doctrines and policies, it's hard to talk about the doctrine as a paper, as the conceptual paper. Why? Because the technologies and the speed of technologies is now so high. You cannot predict what can happen, you know, to Kharkiv tomorrow, to Kherson. You know, probably the train was stopped. From Kyiv to Kharkiv, there is no direct now the high-speed train because of the Shahed drones and the attacks, and this train is not secure, unfortunately now. You cannot predict what will happen tomorrow to Mykolaiv even, and not even to Odessa, which is constantly under Shahed drones attack. So my answer is that's to finally act together, but not to be afraid and to lose finally this fear of, you know, of being with Ukraine in actions, but only during, you know, the panel discussions.
Okay, so as soon as we already delayed with the time, I tried to pack the panel as small as possible, but still want to address to all the speakers one more question with very short answers, like some kind of finalizing words for this conference, which is very important because you know that the last words are always remembered best. If we want to have a deterrence, if we want to have an accountability, and we as Ukrainians more believe in hard power for accountability and deterrence than a soft power, what would be your priority for next 12 months? What each of you considers it's necessary to be done in the next 12 months is to make these operations, these doctrines or these concepts more real than theoretical, yes, to less discussion, more practice. So let's start from my side and go there.
Interesting question. I mean, to have accountability, we have to have attribution. To have attribution, we have to have full understanding of what is going on. So for that, we need better intelligence, better understanding of the situational awareness. So this is probably key priority for us. We still have deficiencies here in the Black Sea region. What is important for me? It is to make Black Sea region as a priority for NATO adaptation. So we have to attract interest of NATO, of individual NATO countries, and to start working much closer together. And of course, as I said, learning lessons from Ukraine. We have to have more exercises. We have to have shared operational data. We have to have common standards. And of course, we have to develop much faster needed capabilities.
The situation in the Black Sea region, it's a complex one when it comes to defense. We have part of the states members of NATO. We have Ukraine fighting for their, but also for our freedom and liberty. And we have my country, Moldova, which is a neutral one, military neutral. How do we all together move toward the accountability for all that is happening in the Black Sea region? Well, I think in the end, we need to invest in our capability. All of us, either we are part of any military alliance or as Moldova is a neutral country, we need to develop deterrence. That's part of our accountability toward Black Sea region. So for the next 12 months, we will not invent something new, because recently in October last year, we have approved military strategy, a new one. So we have a plan. We are following that plan, and new technologies, cooperation with our partners, strategic partners. Among them definitely is Ukraine, is part of that plan, but also we have in terms of military, in terms of strategic project over the country is to join the EU. And I think in this case, the Ukraine also has this main objective. We need to follow that. We need to stay and to prove solidarity with Ukraine. So that would be my final concluding words. Thank you.
To me, very important is deterrence. The magic word is deterrence. And if 4 years ago, deterrence means to use the fleet and to use your biggest ship in order to execute sea denial or in order to attack the lanes of communications of the enemy, nowadays, society, the civil society, put us in the position to execute this with very few money and with using asymmetric threats. That means using intelligent mines or using UAV and unmanned air and surface and subsurface vehicles. You can achieve this objective very quick, and you can alter the direction of deterrence. In order to show the power, we have to show intelligence. What does it mean, intelligence, right now? The capacity to adapt the new technology very quick. And what I will do in the next 12 months, I will use this mine countermeasure task group Black Sea, and I will put all the lessons learned we have from Ukraine, and I will implement all the new technology we will develop in each country in this task group, and we will develop task group to show deterrence. Thank you very much.
I want to stress one more time, the war, especially on the Black Sea, of Russia against Ukraine, that's not about Russia and Ukraine. That's about all Black Sea countries. And if we all want to get an advantage in this area, we have to act together. Otherwise, you know, it's not because it's too hard for Ukraine to stay alone, but you know, it's like it's too much to stay here, even in the Black Sea, alone, without no partners alongside the Ukrainian shoulders to keep the advantage and security for the all Black Sea security countries.
Олександра.
Я правильно зрозумів питання? Пріоритетні завдання на цей рік для того, щоб Чорне море стало вільним і безпечним?
The Black Sea, did I understand you correctly? It's easy. I'm a generator of a simple idea. So we have to win Russia. Then the Black Sea will be free and everything.
I will be more philosophical in my closing remark. So this morning I was having a coffee and in front of me there were a Russian theater. And as Ukrainian who also got through occupation and through many traumatic events throughout this full-scale invasion and the war before that, it's completely impossible to look calmly in any sort of cultivating Russian culture. So I think what we have to focus in the closest 12 months is ask ourselves a question, what are we still tolerating that could be a little bit outdated from our life? Is it just some cultural thing that we find not that important? Is it old procurement procedures that are not working for us anymore? Is it something, some old methods, some old trainings, some old conditions, old laws, everything all that doesn't serve us anymore? Probably there should be a big, massive spring cleanup in terms of looking at Ukrainian experience and seeing that we removed a lot of this old stuff and it only helped us to grow. Maybe some of them are not actual in 2026 or they lose their actuality 10, 12, 20 years ago. So my wish for the next 12 months is a general cleaning, both mental, political, defense, technological, on any level.
Volodymyr.
Thank you. Basically, we have everything needed to restore security in Black Sea region. What we don't have, it is strong position, proactive position. We should act rather than react. Even though sometimes I think even our reaction is very weak. If we stopped Russian aggression against Moldova, we wouldn't have aggression against Georgia. If we stopped aggression against Georgia, we wouldn't have aggression against Ukraine. Our distinguished guest mentioned today that Ukraine is security. And security in Black Sea region depends on security in Ukraine, and security in Europe depends on security in Black Sea region. What would I do during the next 6 months? I would increase understanding among our partners that every dollar paid to Russia, every income to their budget resulted in our deaths of Ukrainian people, soldiers, children. My priorities, thank you.
Thank you. So with this like a note, I would like to summarize and say that yes, as we understood, there is no magical pill, but the braveness in making political decision, braveness in speed, in mass, in adaptivity, which actually Ukraine demonstrated that all of this is possible. And I think that the unity is critical for the Black Sea region. This is something which we need to facilitate and to put these efforts, and this conference is one of part of these efforts. I would like to thank to everyone, to all the participants, organizers, and with this close the panelist part and give the floor for closing remarks of organizers. Thank you, and thank you to our panelists.
Can we make a picture of all the
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of today's conference, I would like to thank all the speakers and panelists for their valuable contribution, insightful discussions, and continued engagement. The fact that we went beyond our scheduled time speaks to the level of engagement and the importance of the topics discussed today. Today's discussions have once again underlined the importance